Chapter 2754. If there was, he would try his best to get it and use it in his remnant domain. Brother Su, let's leave this place. Yu Xiangwan looked around at the spies who were watching them with ill intentions. The seal seemed to be very important to them. Su Yu had finished his research, so there was no point in staying. He nodded and said, "Let's go." However, he kept thinking about the source of the special liquid. When the Heaven Court set up such a huge formation, it was impossible that there was no special liquid left. Moreover, the seal would be damaged sooner or later, so it needed to be repaired. The Heaven Court must have considered this, right? Then, there must be a backup of the special liquid. Hong Yao looked up, hesitated, and lowered her head again. "Say what you want to say. I didn't ask you to be a mute." Su Yu's voice came into her ears. Hong Yao said hurriedly, "If you want the raw materials for the defensive formation, I might know where to find them." "Huh." Su Yu looked at Hong Yao in surprise. "How did you know?" The special liquid was extremely important. How did Hong Yao, an ordinary member of the Heaven Court, know about it? Hong Yao shrank her neck and said, "I overheard a dead deputy master talking about it." There was indeed a deputy master who was killed by the death master under the stone box. That was a reasonable reason. "Where is it?" Su Yu asked. Hong Yao looked at the spies and said in a low voice, "Master, follow me." Under her guidance, Su Yu and the others came to a familiar place. It was familiar because Su Yu had found the Martial Path Temple not long ago. "It's here. It is said that there is a deputy master guarding this place," Hong Yao said. "Deputy master?" Su Yu's eyes flashed. "Is that deputy master called the Martial Path Temple?" Hong Yao was surprised. "Master, do you know him?" "Know him?" "More than know him." Her eyes were filled with a murderous aura. He had forced Han Xian to die, so he must take revenge? However, he planned to do it when he left the Heaven Court. Once he fell out with the Martial Path Temple, he would become the enemy of the Heaven Court. Now was not the time. There were many things in the Heaven Court that he had never heard of. "Okay, let me confirm it again." Su Yu looked away. He couldn't just listen to Hong Yao's words. It would be best to check it out. At this moment, several figures appeared on a mountain not far away from them. Their bodies had faint flickering turtle patterns. Regardless of gender, their skin was extremely rough. A descendant of ancient god Gold Profound? Su Yu recognized it. "Your Excellency is Su Xingti, the descendant of the corpse race's ancient god who has just returned. Yu's descendant, right?" The leader was a rough and strong man. His voice was like a stone that fiercely smashed into people's hearts. Su Yu looked at him and calmly asked, "You are?" The burly man laughed heartily. "I am Jin Haojin. I would like to invite the two of you who have traveled a long way to visit my ancient god Jin Xian's old haunt." Su Yu's heart moved. Actually, the place he wanted to go the most was the old haunt of ancient god Nine Nether. He wanted to see if he could find a piece of the heavenly shroud left behind by an ancient god like Xiangwan. But ancient god Gold Profound's old home was also fine. He wielded ancient god Gold Profound's inheritance, sacred weapon, the golden Xuanwu. If the golden Xuanwu was sentient, it should be able to help Su Yu find something useful. Of course, he was not using it for himself. He was leaving it for the heartless Iron Hunter. The heartless Iron Hunter's life would perish. That was what Lu Zhu had said. Her life would only perish temporarily, and she would be reborn in another way. One day they would meet again. He just didn't know where she was now. "What do the two of you think?" Jin Haojin invited. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. "Then, I shall accept your invitation." "Haha, Su Shengtiai's presence is the honor of the ancient god Gold Profound's old haunt. Please." Under his lead, Su Yu, Xiangwan, and Hong Yao descended on the mountain. Inside the mountain, there was an enormous stone tortoise statue. The turtle looked exactly like the golden Xuanwu. They sat on the mountain peak, near the golden Xuanwu. There was already a table of delicacies prepared. "Please," Jean Haujin said with a smile, "the two of you have come from afar. You must be tired from the journey, right? Have a taste of this wine." He took out a bottle of yellowish wine with a half-smile and poured a cup for each of them. Xiang Wan looked over and immediately frowned. The wine contained a trace of the ancient god Gold Profound's power. It was only suitable for the descendants of the ancient god Gold Profound. If other creatures were to drink it by mistake, they might be gradually petrified by the power of the ancient god Gold Profound. This wasn't a toast. It was clearly a malicious challenge. "Why? Are the two of you complaining that the ancient god Gold Profound's old haunt is not good enough?" Jean Haujin said with a half-smile. Xiang Wan's face darkened. She knew that the so-called invitation was not friendly. It was probably arranged by Zhan Fian. She wanted the descendants of the ancient god Gold Profound to cause trouble for Su Yu and the others, so that they wouldn't have to wander around blindly. He was about to speak, but Su Yu had already drained the wine without any expression. The yellowish wine was poisoned. Immediately, a strong petrifying power appeared and began to corrode Su Yu's body. However, the power spread. It was absorbed by the golden Xuanwu that Su Yu was secretly holding. Su Yu put down the wine cup and said lightly, "It's just so. It doesn't taste good." Jean Haujin was shocked and looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Nothing happened to him after drinking this wine? How strange. Impressive, impressive. Jean Haujin applauded. "Your courage alone is worthy of the praise of the descendants of the ancient god Gold Profound. In order to express my respect for you, I have specially given you a gift." Jean Haujin crushed a jade pendant. All of a sudden, the giant Xuanwu began to move. Below the Xuanwu, there were many people bound by chains, struggling to move it. Those people were exuding a strong aura of death. It was the Corpse Clan. Xiang Wan's eyes turned cold. Was this deliberately done for her to see? Rumble. The giant Xuanwu kept turning and finally left. In the place where it had been, there was a lake. In the lake, black shadows could be vaguely seen, scurrying over at an extremely fast speed. The backs of the black shadows were exposed from time to time. Their backs were covered with barbs and looked extremely hideous. It was obvious that they were quite ferocious creatures. At this time, several descendants of the ancient god Gold Profound came to the side of the lake. Each of them was holding a chain in their hands, and on the other end of the chain was a Corpse Clan member. "Holy Su, you must have never tasted the Abyss Beast, right?" Jean Haujin smiled mysteriously. Abyss Beast? He really didn't know what the Abyss Beast was. The Abyss Beast is a wild beast that lives in the Tao Abyss. The spiritual meat on its body is an excellent supplement. Eating half a pound of it can increase one's cultivation by a level. Jean Haujin looked at Su Yu. "For a peak Xian Path Master like you, if you are lucky enough to eat a king-level Abyss Beast, breaking through to the Path Master level would be a cinch," Jean Haujin said. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 27:55. His cultivation had indeed fallen too far behind. Ever since he had woken up, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of Xian Dao Lord, and there had been no further progress. Most importantly, the 8-star civilizations had been destroyed and their resources had been exhausted. It was almost impossible to find any resources that could help them break through to the Tunnel Master level. So what if there was a chance to break through now? I'll get someone to fish one first, and let Sage Su have a taste of it. Under Jean Haujin's order, a descendant of ancient god Gold Profound waved his massive chain and threw the corpse race being on the other end into the pool. All of a sudden, in the water, a black shadow sped over and swallowed the corpse race. The descendant of the ancient god shouted and pulled the chain. The huge fish hook on the corpse's body pierced through the black shadow's lower jaw. Feeling the pain, the shadow immediately fled into the water. Puff! The chains rattled as they were pulled. as if they were going to snap at any moment. Soon the chain was straightened. He pulled the descendants of the ancient gods on the shore into the water. The ancient god's descendant laughed out loud, and an unparalleled power burst forth from his body. With a forceful tug, the huge black shadow that had sunk into the water was pulled out of the water once more. Then he used all his strength to pull the black shadow out of the water and threw it towards the peak of the mountain. What great strength! Yu Xiong was secretly surprised. This was probably the bloodline power of the descendants of ancient god Gold Profound. Jin Haojin didn't even think about it as he casually grabbed the black shadow and caught it. It was a ferocious fish that was 100 feet long. It struggled with all its might, its mouth full of sharp teeth as it tried to attack Jin Haojin. Jin Haojin chuckled and pressed the fish's neck onto the table. With a smack, the fish was squashed to death. Su Yu squinted his eyes. Such power was probably at the level of a master of the heavenly law. It was extremely terrifying. None of the leaders of the descendants of ancient god Gold Mystic were simple. Haha, Holy Su, eat it while it's fresh. Jin Haojin picked up his knife and fork, sliced off the flesh of the abyss beast, and gave it to Su Yu and Yu Xiongwan. Su Yu picked up a piece and tasted it. Compared to its ferocious appearance, the taste of the abyss beast was surprisingly sweet. Moreover, it contained an exceptionally special power. That power felt like the meridian cleansing divine marrow. Once it entered his body, it immediately cleansed his cultivation. Su Yu was still fine, as he had already reached the peak of the Xian Dao Master realm. With just this little bit of power, he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, after Yu Xiongwan took a bite, she actually showed signs of a breakthrough. When he ate an entire 500 grams, it was really as Jin Haojin said, and he directly broke through a realm. Jin Haojin stared at Su Yu with a smile on his face. Holy Su, do you want to try and fish out the Beast King yourself? Su Yu stared at the black shadows in the pool. Abyss Beast King. Ing Jie couldn't be referring to these, right? These are just ordinary abyss beasts. The Abyss Beast King is hiding at the bottom of the pool. We need the best bait to lure it out, said Jin Haojin. Su Yu had long felt that Jin Haojin would not give him benefits for no reason. Now, the fox's tail should be revealed soon. The Profundity Beast King is only interested in special bloodlines, Jin Haojin said. For example, my ancient god, Gold Profound bloodline, or your sovereign bloodline. Su Yu's expression was calm as he asked, So, you intend to make me the bait? Why, Holy Su, are you afraid? Jin Haojin tried to provoke him. Su Yu calmly said, Let's just say so. He did not know the abilities of the Beast King, and he was asking him to use his own life as bait? Did he look easy to trick? Jin Haojin's provocation was useless. He stood up and said, Why don't we have a competition? Let's see who can fish out the Beast King. What do you think? Su Yu calmly said, So what if I win? So what if I lose? If you win, I will give you the Beast King. What if I lose? Su Yu's eyes flashed as he asked. If I lose, please let me play with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. What do you think? He wanted to trade the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron for the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron? Jin Haojin's calculations were quite good. Your offer is too light, Su Yu said. Jin Haojin's gaze deepened as he removed a pendant from his neck. It was a crystal. A scroll was sealed within the crystal. The scroll of ancient god, Gold Profound, controlling the holy artifact. What do you think? Jin Haojin asked. Su Yu's eyes flashed. The heartless Iron Caesar had the bloodline and the holy artifact, but he did not have the complete method to control it. He was at a disadvantage. This item was what he needed the most. Sure, Su Yu said. He would not lose anyway. Great. Jin Haojin slapped the table. Let's begin. The two of them flashed to the side of the pool. Jin Haojin bit his finger, causing it to bleed. Streams of ancient god, Gold Profound blood flowed from it. When the blood dripped into the pool, the black shadows immediately gathered, becoming extremely frenzied and ferocious. They were even tearing at each other. At the same time, the entire pool trembled involuntarily. A huge ripple spread out. A dark gaze could be seen from the depths of the pool. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. It should be the Abyss Beast King. Judging from its aura, it was at least at the early stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster level. I'll make a move first. Jin Haojin jumped into the pool, diving towards the bottom of the pool. Su Yu leaped as well. He did not press down on his finger. He had 4 types of the bloodline of the Master. If he released them, the Beast King would definitely be attracted. That would be too much of a bully and too dangerous. He might as well follow behind Jin Haojin and see what was going on. As soon as he entered the water, Su Yu felt an extremely evil energy staring at him coldly. His soul eyes immediately probed outwards. He could clearly see the bottom of the pool, which was invisible to the naked eye. He could clearly see a gigantic beast, which was almost 1/10 the size of the pond, swimming slowly toward Su Yu. As for Jin Haojin, he did not go to hunt the Beast King. Instead, he hid first, secretly waiting for the Beast King and Su Yu to kill each other. Then he would reap the benefits. It's no wonder that you jumped down in such a hurry. It turns out that you were waiting here. Su Yu chuckled in surprise, feeling the Beast King approaching him. His lips curled into a mocking smile. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to be the fisherman. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, rapidly approaching the Beast King. Sensing Su Yu's approach, the Beast King saw it as a challenge. It let out a deafening roar, causing the water in the pool to tumble violently. All of a sudden, just as the two were about to collide, Su Yu's space domain suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in front of Jin Haojin. Jin Haojin, who was hiding in the dark, immediately sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly came out of his hiding place, but the Beast King had already sensed Jin Haojin's presence and charged over. Su Yu smiled faintly, then used the space domain to leave. This time, the Beast King only noticed Jin Haojin. Coupled with the remnants of the ancient god's blood on his body, it crazily attacked him. Jin Haojin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately dodged. Chapter 2756. At this moment, Jin Haojin looked at Su Yu angrily. As he tried his best to avoid the Abyss Beast King's attacks, he tried to lure the Abyss Beast King back to Su Yu. Unfortunately, because he had cut his finger, there was still a bloodline aura left on his body. Thus, the moment he was discovered by the Abyss Beast King, it pursued him relentlessly. Jin Haojin had no choice but to fight against him. The Abyss Beast King was at the level of a heavenly Tao Lord. Although Jin Haojin was slightly weaker, he had extraordinary strength. When he punched out, he was able to knock the Abyss Beast King off course from afar. However, this only stimulated the Abyss Beast King's ferocious nature. The Abyss Beast King madly attacked Jin Haojin, spitting out sound wave after sound wave attack. The two were locked in a stalemate. No one was weaker than the other. Roar. As the stalemate continued, the Abyss Beast King roared furiously. Hundreds of Abyss Beasts came out from every corner of the pond and surrounded Jin Haojin. No matter how strong Jin Haojin was, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, and he was immediately forced to retreat. He stared angrily at Su Yu, who was watching from the sidelines, and clenched his teeth. Tortoise, elephant, divine, shadow. Bang! With him as the center, a dazzling yellowish shadow immediately burst forth. It was in the form of a golden Xuanwu. Jin Haojin made a hand seal and controlled the giant yellow shadow to pounce forward. The huge Xuanwu figure seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It immediately killed dozens of Abyss Beasts. Even the enormous Abyss Beast King was pushed back by the giant shadow. Roar! The Abyss Beast King was extremely fierce. Not only did it not retreat, it became even more ferocious. His ferocious back fiercely slashed across the giant's shadow, leaving a deep gash in it. Seizing this opportunity, the rest of the abyss beasts attacked the crack, trying to bite the giant's shadow to pieces. Jean Haugen's face darkened as he controlled the giant shadow to kill the abyss beasts. 2 hours later, the intense battle finally came to an end. The pool was already blood-red, and the afterimages of the abyss beasts could be seen everywhere. Jean Haugen's giant shadow was bitten into pieces, losing all of its might. The exhausted abyss beast king continued to fight Jean Haugen fiercely. Both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight, and they wouldn't be able to persist for too long. Roar! In the end, the abyss beast king was the first to succumb. It gave up on Jean Haugen and slowly dived into the water. Jean Haugen's entire body was covered in injuries, and his vitality was greatly damaged because of this. How could he let it go? Evil creature, you want to leave. Jean Haugen quickly chased after it and was about to kill it. At this moment, Suyu finally made his move. Brother Jean, you must be tired. Why don't you rest for a while? Suyu said as he leaped forward. Jean Haugen said solemnly, Holy Physique Su, it's enough for you to watch the show. It's very dangerous outside. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Suyu. If even the Abyss Beast King was defeated by a single punch, one could imagine what would happen to Suyu if he was punched. What are you talking about? It's my duty to share Brother Jin's burden. Suyu smiled faintly. Jean Haugen's origin grade space domain erupted around him, immediately teleporting him to the Abyss Beast King's back, causing Jean Haugen's punch to miss. Seeing that Suyu had caught up to the Abyss Beast King before him, Jean Haugen's expression changed slightly. He split up and chased after Suyu, grabbing the Abyss Beast King's tail with both fists and pulling it fiercely, trying to get rid of Suyu, who was on the Abyss Beast King's back. With a thought, Suyu conjured an evil sword and pierced it into the Abyss Beast King's flesh. With the sword in one hand, no matter how much strength the Abyss Beast King used, Jean Haugen could not do anything to Suyu. Instead, the Abyss Beast King swung its tail forcefully and sent Jean Haugen flying. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suyu clenched his fist, and an origin grade time domain appeared in his palm. Time deprivation. Suyu's palm landed on the Abyss Beast King's head. Its life immediately faded away. The Abyss Beast King wanted to resist, but had fought with Jean Haugen for too long and was already at the end of its tether. After struggling for a while, it gradually calmed down and died on the spot. Having successfully killed it, Suyu was about to put away the Abyss Beast King's corpse. Jean Haugen dashed over fearfully, grabbing the Abyss Beast King's tail and pulling it forcefully. Suyu stepped on the Abyss Beast King's head with the tip of his foot. He fixed it in place with the space domain, preventing Jean Haugen from moving it no matter how hard he tried. Brother Jean, this is not right of you. Taking advantage of others is not befitting of your status, Suyu said calmly. They had agreed to compete to see who could catch the Abyss Beast King first. In the end, it was Suyu who killed it, but he still had the face to snatch the corpse. It will only end when it leaves the bottom of the water, Jean Haugen argued. He was in a terrible mood. He had originally planned to trick the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He had thought that killing the Abyss Beast King would be an easy task, but the reality was a little unexpected. Suyu was much more cunning than he had imagined. However, there was still a chance to turn things around. As long as he snatched the corpse before it left the water, he would not lose. All right. Suyu waved his hand, and a pitch-black sickle appeared in his palm. Jean Haugen was not afraid. The ancient god blood in his body boiled, and a terrifying power erupted from his body. Come, let's have a showdown. As Jean Haugen roared, he used his hands to shake the Yuan-level space domain and slowly dragged the Abyss Beast King's corpse over. Suyu activated the bloodline of domination and the great scythe of 10,000 calamities. Last time, Suyu only had 3 types of bloodline of domination. Now he had 4 types. Hence, The great scythe of 10,000 calamities was even larger than before. It was now a full 30 feet tall. Whoosh! Su Yu swung the great scythe of 10,000 calamities. 9 beams of destructive black light shot out, devouring everything in their path. Gurgle! First, the water in the pool was sucked dry as if it had encountered a bottomless pit. Jean Haojin, who was fighting over the corpse, suddenly sensed the countless beams of black light and was horrified. The great scythe of 10,000 calamities. He immediately dropped the corpse and rushed out of the bottom of the pool without a second thought. The black light brushed past his toes and devoured the entire bottom of the pool. That was not all. The black light did not slow down, sweeping through the mountains. It devoured a layer of ancient god Jinxian's mountain. The shock waves also caused serious damage to the cavern in the heavenly court. It was only when the black light collided with the outer defenses that it barely stopped. Jean Haojin, who was standing high above, gasped, his scalp going numb. Luckily, he had dodged in time, or else. Su Yu smiled calmly and put away the great scythe of 10,000 calamities. He carried the Abyss Beast King's corpse back to the mountain peak and casually threw it on the ground. "Brother Yu, do you still want to try it?" Su Yu asked. Yu Xiangwan's eyes shone. "Of course." That was the corpse of the Abyss Beast King. Su Yu casually cut off 10 pounds and threw it to him. Then he cut off another 10 pounds and threw it to Hong Yao. Finally, he cut off half a pound and ate it himself. He kept the rest. The extra meat could be brought back to the remnant domain and given to the people in the cauldron to increase their strength. Chapter 27:57. How could this be? We are relying on the Abyss Beasts to raise our cultivation. He took the Abyss Beast King away and killed all the ordinary Abyss Beasts. What are we going to eat? The crowd was agitated. Jean Haojin calmed down. His expression was calm. Holy body, Su, I only said I would let you eat the meat of the Abyss Beast King. I never said I would give it to you, right? Ha! Yu Xiangwan laughed and took out a piece of space jade. Do you want me to repeat what you just said? He had said that if Su Yu won, he would give the Abyss Beast King to Su Yu. In the end, Su Yu really won, but he immediately changed his mind. How shameless must he be to do such a ridiculous thing? Jean Haojin's expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll let you off easy. Yu Xiangwan was unhappy. What do you mean by that? You insisted on inviting Holy Body, Su, to compete with you. It was you who lost the bet. Why does it sound like you're giving us charity? Jean Haojin was annoyed. I've already given it to you. Cut the crap. He was no longer smiling and polite. He was in a bad mood. The loss of the Abyss Beast King was a huge loss to the descendants of ancient god Jinxian. This loss was completely unexpected. Wait, you still have one more bet. Su Yu stared at the pendant on his neck. You're not that forgetful, are you? Jean Haojin, who was already annoyed, finally lost his patience. He slammed his palm on the stone table and scolded with his eyes wide open. Surname Su, don't overdo it. This is the legacy of ancient god Jinxian. How could it be given to an outsider? You don't need to think to know this. He tore off his disguise and revealed his overbearing and shameless nature. Take the Abyss Beast King and scram. I don't want to see you again. Jean Haojin slammed all the dishes on the table onto the ground. This was a complete fallout. Jean Haojin, I advise you to restrain yourself, Su Yu said calmly. Jean Haojin's eyes were cold. You've already got the Abyss Beast King. What more do you want? Leave immediately. Don't test my patience. He regretted promising Zhang Fian to hold Su Yu back. In the end, they lost an Abyss Beast King for nothing. Being challenged is my bottom line. Su Yu waved his palm, and the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations appeared in his palm again. Whoosh! The sharp sickle was pointed at Jean Haojin's forehead. Jean Haojin was furious. Su, don't go too far. This is the heavenly court. Going too far? Su Yu's gaze turned cold. So what if I bully you? He activated his sovereign bloodline and revealed the true appearance of the myriad tribulations' great scythe. A terrifying aura emanated from the great scythe of myriad tribulations. Do you believe that I'll cut you and this mountain apart? Jean Haujin trembled with anger. You. How dare you? Humph. Su Yu waved the great sickle of 10,000 calamity at Jean Haujin. You are seeking death. Seeing that the 9 black lights were about to explode again, Jean Haujin was so scared that his eyelids twitched. Here, I'll give it to you. He tore off the pendant on his chest and threw it away. He no longer dared to be in a stalemate. Su Yu grabbed the pendant in his hand and retrieved the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations in time. That's more like it, Su Yu said coldly. Jean Haujin lowered his head and said, Can you leave now? Su Yu waved his hand and left with Yu Xiangwan and Hong Yao. Not long after they left, Jean Haujin raised his head, his eyes glaring as if he wanted to devour someone. Su, I won't forgive you. Swoosh! He flew away immediately to find the courtyard master and ask him to make a decision. In front of the cavern, hearing about Jean Haujin's complaint, the courtyard master's face was full of murderous intent. This bastard deserves to die. He had long thought that killing Su Yu would save him a lot of trouble. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Guards, wait. Gong Zijua walked out and said calmly, Don't be impatient. The courtyard master was displeased. This human has no respect for the heavenly court. Gong Zijua said calmly, As long as I can get the divine 9-dragon cauldron back, I can bear this loss. As for the secret technique of ancient god Jin Xian, he paused, his eyes emitting rays of cold light. If he hands over the divine 9-dragon cauldron obediently, I don't mind letting him have it. If he doesn't, humph, I'll make him spit it out with interest. The courtyard master heaved a sigh. This was definitely not the result he wanted. However, since Gong Zijua had said so, he could only agree. Jean Haujin, bear with it for a few days, the courtyard master said. After this, I will definitely seek justice for you. His only eye was glinting with a cold light. Even if Su Yu handed over the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he had no intention of letting Su Yu go. It was Gong Zijua who had promised to let Su Yu go, not him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangwan was beside Su Yu, worried. Brother Su, isn't this too much? If that old thing, the court lord, is disgusted, it might backfire. Su Yu smiled lightly. Don't worry. With Gong Zijua, who thinks he has everything under control, he will tell the deputy courtyard master to bear with it. Yu Xiangwan looked behind her. It had been so long, but the courtyard master had not sent anyone over. Brother Su, what are you going to do next? Yu Xiangwan asked. Su Yu's eyes flickered. I'm going to talk to the descendants of the ancient god of Juyo. Xian had the bloodline of the ancient god of Juyo, and she also had the ancient god's sacred artifact. If they could find something useful, it would be of great help to Xian. But they didn't invite us, right? Yu Xiangwan hesitated. Su Yu chuckled. What are you talking about? We are all the descendants of the ancient gods. They should be more than happy to visit each other. Yu Xiangwan's mouth twitched slightly. More than happy to visit. What happened on the mountain of the ancient god Jin Xian might have spread throughout the heavenly court. They should be avoiding Su Yu and the others. As expected, when they arrived at the mountain of the descendants of the ancient god of Juyo, the mountain's defensive formation had been activated in advance. The defense was not weak. Descendants of the ancient god of Juyo, I am Su Yu, the descendant of the ancient god Juyo. I am Yu Xiangwan, the descendant of the ancient god corpse ancestor. Please come out and meet us. A cold female voice came from under the defensive formation. Sorry, we are all in isolation and have no time to meet you. Holy Body Su, please come another day. The disgust in the voice was obvious. Yu Xiangwan was speechless. Su, you had almost destroyed the mountain of the ancient god Jinxian. It would be strange if the descendants of the ancient god of Jiuyou were willing to meet you. Unexpectedly, Su Yu looked surprised. What did you say? I can't hear you. He summoned the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. After activating it, he swung the scythe down. In an instant, the defense was shattered. The whole mountain was split into two. Several descendants of the ancient god of Jiuyou who were hiding immediately flew out, their faces full of anger. Holy Body Su! They gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush up and fight Su Yu. Chapter 2758. It was too barbaric. However, Su Yu was holding the great scythe of 10,000 calamity in his hand. Oh, the seal is broken. I can finally hear you speak. Su Yu put down the great scythe of 10,000 calamity and smiled. So, what did you say just now? Several descendants of the ancient gods stared with their eyes wide open. How could a person be so shameless? The descendant of the Jiuyou ancient god was a young woman with exquisite features. She did resemble Qin Xianer quite a bit. She stared at Su Yu with her cold and indifferent eyes. Why did you destroy our mountain? Su Yu smiled lightly. I told you I wanted to hear you speak clearly. You, the delicate woman, clenched her fists. Holy Body Su, you will pay for this. Unexpectedly, Su Yu did not have the slightest shame for splitting the mountain. Instead, he walked up to her and held her arm. Speaking of which, my wife is also a descendant of the Jiuyou ancient god. Come, let's go down and have a chat. In theory, the descendants of the Jiuyou ancient god present were all Su Yu's sisters-in-law. The delicate woman's body trembled, and she bounced away like lightning, embarrassed and annoyed. Holy Body Su, you better show some respect. Men and women should not touch each other. Su Yu said helplessly, We are all family. Why do we have to be so distant? As he said that, he solemnly introduced to Yu Xiangwan. Brother Yu, let me introduce my wife's sisters. They are all my family. Don't be shy when you are here as guests. Yu Xiangwan mumbled a reply guiltily. When she looked at the descendants of the Jiuyou ancient god with murderous eyes, Yu Xiangwan murmured softly, Well, we still need to be a little more shameless. I can't wait to bite you to death. What family? Su Yu was completely unaware of their gazes. He descended on the mountain as if he had returned to his own home. Looking at the collapsed ruins destroyed by the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, Su Yu looked sympathetic. Ah, I didn't expect you to have such a miserable life in the heaven court. You should have told us earlier. For the sake of family, I will at least help you a little. As he said that, he released the time and space Yuan realm and launched the reversal of time and space. The entire mountain returned to the state it was in before it was split open. Such a heaven-defying method caused the resentful ancient god descendants of the 9 nether ancient god to reveal a hint of fear. He had long heard that Su Yu had already mastered several masters' legacies. Now that he looked at it, it was as he had expected. Coupled with the 10,000 tribulations scythe in his hand, he was simply unstoppable. After restoring the mountain, Su Yu turned around and faced the descendants of the ancient gods. He sighed and said, If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly, understand? Stop tormenting yourself. The descendants of the ancient gods could only stare at him helplessly. The exquisite woman said in a deep voice, Sage Su, what are you trying to do? Su Yu smiled warmly. Of course, I'm here to see how my family is doing. He walked around the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. When he passed by a pond, he stopped. A pitch-black flame burned in the pool. It was the divine fire of the 9 serenities. The purity of the divine fire was much stronger than Qin Xianer's divine fire. Upon seeing this, Su Yu took out a vessel without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the divine flames. The exquisite woman was shocked. She immediately stepped forward and asked, What are you doing? This is the divine fire we use for training. Su Yu said in a concerned tone, I don't mean to criticize you, but you are a girl, and you live alone on the mountain. What if it burns? I'll help you put away these dangerous things. All of a sudden, Su Yu saw a pitch-black hill not far from him. It was engraved with rare words from the heavenly book. Ordinary people didn't know what it was, but Su Yu recognized it at a glance. It was some kind of spell left by the ancient god of the 9 serenities, which seemed to be related to controlling the sacred artifacts. Noticing Su Yu's eyes, the exquisite woman's face changed dramatically. She immediately came to the front of the hill, blocked Su Yu, and shouted, This is the relic of the ancient god of the 9 serenities. Don't be presumptuous. The rest of the descendants of the ancient gods rushed over and stopped Su Yu. Su Yu frowned. What are you all doing? Why are you guarding against thieves? This really hurts me. How could he be treated as a thief when he returned home? Really? The exquisite woman almost vomited blood. She stared at him and said, You are not a thief, you are a robber. Su Yu shook his head and was speechless. Hey, why don't you understand my good intentions? I am doing this for your own good. For example, this pitch-black hill behind you, it is obviously an ominous thing. Staying with you will definitely bring you bad luck. The exquisite woman gritted her teeth and stared at Su Yu. The descendants of the ancient gods behind her were so angry that their chests were heaving. Can you be more shameless? How dare you say that the relic of the ancient god of the 9 serenities is an ominous thing? Several descendants of the ancient gods said angrily. Su Yu looked helpless. You still don't believe me? He secretly hooked his finger and manipulated the fate realm. Caw-caw! At this time, a flock of crows happened to fly past. For some reason, they all had diarrhea. Bird droppings poured down like rain, drenching them all. Within 100 miles, only within a 1-foot radius of where they were had bird droppings. A group of beautiful descendants of the ancient gods, caught off guard, were all drenched in bird droppings and screamed one after another. Looking at their flustered appearance, Su Yu sighed. Hey, see, I told you to stay away from that stupid stone, and now it's better. He stepped forward and said, I'd better get rid of this ominous thing for you. Otherwise, the next thing that falls may be a knife. With a wave of his palm, he was about to put away the black hill. The exquisite woman did not care about the bird droppings on her head and immediately stopped him. Stop! Holy Su, don't go too far. Clang! Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a black pot flew out of nowhere and hit her head squarely. She reacted quickly and dodged it immediately. Unexpectedly, she stepped on the bird droppings on the ground, slipped and fell into the bird droppings, staining herself. Su, you looked extremely serious. This is serious. This stupid stone is too evil. If I don't put it away, I'm afraid someone will die. He hurriedly put the stone into the space ring. When the exquisite woman reacted, it was already too late. You snatched the relic of our ancient god of the 9 serenities. The exquisite woman was murderous. Give it back. Forget about the divine fire. This black hill was an extremely important thing. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her and continued to walk around with his hands behind his back. You are really a group of family members that I can't rest assured about. Let me see if there are any more dangerous things. Stop right there. The exquisite woman took out an exquisite little black phoenix. It was somewhat similar to the sacred artifact that Qin Xianer had mastered, but there were also some differences. Chapter 27:59. What is this? Su Yu asked. The exquisite woman coldly said, This is ancient God Nine Nether's second sacred artifact, and it's used in tandem with the first sacred artifact. Once its power is used, I'm not sure if you'll be able to survive. Don't force me to activate it. Return the ancient god's relic immediately. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Ancient God Nine Nether's sacred artifact was truly divided into 2 parts. Qin Xianer should have only obtained the first sacred artifact. Sister-in-law, since this thing is so dangerous, it's too dangerous for you to hold it in your hands. Su Yu strode over to her. Why don't I take care of it for you? The exquisite woman shouted. Don't come over. I'm going to activate it. I'm really going to activate it. Ah, I'm activating it. Time set. The exquisite woman remained in her holy artifact state and stood motionlessly on the spot. Su Yu walked over and casually took the holy artifact from his hand. Such a dangerous thing. What if it hurts you? Sigh. Su Yu put it away without any hesitation. When time froze and disappeared, the woman squeezed her empty palm and immediately understood. She was furious to the extreme. Su Sage Physique, I'll fight you to the death. Su Yu casually deployed a space, primordial realm around him. No matter how it attacked, it was diverted away. It couldn't hurt him at all. Hey, why can't you understand my good intentions? Su Yu wore a disappointed look as he looked around. There are no more good things here. Oh, there are no more dangerous things here. I will leave now. Don't try to stop me. Hence, he brought Yu Xiangwan and Hong Yao with him and swaggered away. The delicate woman had cultivation, but she didn't dare to use it. He was afraid of angering Su Yu. He could only watch helplessly as Su Yu swaggered off. Holy physique, Su, I'm not done with you. The delicate woman and the group of furious women all went to complain to the court master. When the court master heard this, he frowned deeply. Right after Jin Haojin left, the descendant of the ancient god of the Nine never came again. That bastard! The court master was infuriated. However, since he had already decided to use peaceful measures before resorting to force, he could only endure for the time being. Everything would have to wait until he obtained the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Endure it for now. I will seek justice for you in a few days. The court master consoled. But what he didn't expect was that he couldn't take it anymore. In the next 2 days, one after another, the descendants of the ancient gods came to complain, saying that Su Yu had robbed them by force. Among them, the lighter ones had their ancient god relics snatched away, while the more serious ones even had their mountains moved away. Because of this, he casually injured the descendants of the ancient deities, causing the descendants to complain and gather in front of the court lord, asking for justice. The court master could not bear the disturbance and said, Fine, follow me. He had reached the end of his patience. The heavenly court had been turned into a mess by Su Yu. Moreover, 2 days had already passed, so it was time for Su Yu to give them an answer as to whether he would hand over the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to them. The young master stood in the cave and frowned. He sighed and said, I hope he knows what's good for him. The court master, the 5 deputy court masters, and the descendants of the 7 great ancient gods went to look for Su Yu aggressively. At that time, above the clouds, Su Yu was checking his recent gains. For 2 consecutive days he had been collecting the ancient god relics and had gained a lot. It's almost time. When I get the special liquid I want, I can leave, Su Yu said with satisfaction. Yu Xiangwan, who was used to Su Yu's shamelessness these days, asked, What about the descendants of the ancient god Julong? Why don't you look for them? To be honest, she felt that Su Yu should look for the descendants of the ancient god Julong the most. As a descendant of the ancient god, Su Yu would definitely be able to get more useful things from the descendants of the ancient god Julong. However, among the 8 great ancient gods, he had looked for the descendants of the other ancient gods. The descendants of the ancient god Julong were the only ones that Su Yu had not looked for. Su Yu paused, smiled, and said, After all, the ancient god Julong is my benefactor. How can I look for trouble with his descendants? Without the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, Su Yu would not be who he was today. This debt was enough for Su Yu to repay. How could he look for trouble with his descendants? Is that so? Yu Xiangwan did not think much of it. The descendants of the ancient god Julong were not necessarily good people. So what if he looked for trouble? Suddenly, Yu Xiangwan seemed to sense something and said, It seems that we are in trouble. Su Yu knew without looking. A cold light flashed in his eyes. All right, it's time to say goodbye to them. His eyes turned and fell on the hiding place of the Martial Path Temple. However, before I leave, allow me to kill someone first. Su Yu stood up slowly, his murderous aura radiating. With a step, he brought them to the sky above the hiding place of the Martial Path Temple using the space domain. Wait for me here, Su Yu said indifferently. His body turned into a remnant shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had passed through the surface and reached the underground world. This place was an artificially excavated cave. The walls of the cave were engraved with isolation spells, making it impossible to explore the situation inside the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a pool. It was filled with an extremely viscous liquid. It was the liquid of the defensive spell outside the heavenly court. Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly. However, the amount of liquid was very little and could not meet the needs of the entire remnant domain, unless they abandoned half of the remnant domain again and moved all the living creatures to the other half. But if they did that, it would be very crowded. It's better than nothing. Su Yu stepped forward and was about to take it out. Suddenly he stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the top of the pool. It seemed calm, but in fact there were faint words of the heavenly book flashing. It was the attack seal of the Book of Darkness. Once someone approached it unknowingly, they would be attacked by the words of the heavenly book. Its power was no weaker than the soul-destroying sound of death used by the Martial Path Temple. Fortunately, this could not stop Su Yu. He spat out many words of the heavenly book and easily unlocked the seal. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the liquid was taken away. Who is it? A soft shout came from the secret room behind him. Su Yu did not deliberately hide his voice, so it was normal for someone to hear him. Creak! The sound of the secret room behind him opened, came the sound of the door opening. A young man with an indifferent expression, half of his body stained with black light, and his injuries were still there, walked out. He looked at the back of the strange young man, standing by the pool in surprise. Looking at the dry pool again, his face changed dramatically, and he asked in a low voice, Who are you? Su Yu slowly turned around with a cold smile on his lips. How long has it been since we last met? Don't you recognize me already? When he saw Su Yu's true face, the Martial Path Temple could not help but be stunned and said in horror, It's you? He felt like he was dreaming. Su Yu had actually come to the heavenly court. Who let him in? Why did he find this place again? However, there was more fear in his heart. Chapter 2760. It's fortunate that you still remember me, Su Yu said coldly. He didn't even try to hide the killing intent on his face. He waved his hand and summoned the myriad calamity scythe. Seeing this item, the head of the martial arts temple went numb. He had been injured by this item, and it had left a deep impression on him. Now, I really want to know who else can save you. Su Yu immediately activated his sovereign bloodline. The scythe of thousand tribulations immediately revealed its true form. However, the eyes of the Taotia's head were filled with greed as they stared at the world hungrily. The martial principal temple shouted, Su Yu, this is the heavenly court. If you attack, the court master will be alerted. With your strength, you are no match for the court master. You'd better think carefully before you act. Su Yu waved the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and said calmly, I've thought it through. If I don't kill you, I'll never be able to rest in peace. The scene of Han Chuan's death replayed in his mind. In order to prevent him from being humiliated, to prevent him from being controlled by others, he had committed suicide. That was a love that his life could not bear, a righteousness that he could not repay. The martial arts temple had nowhere to retreat, so he took out a black talisman on the spot. The talisman was refined from a special liquid. There were many heavenly book characters floating on it. I'm warning you, this is the soul-extinguishing sound of Death Talisman. There is no need to cast any incantation. It can be activated immediately, Martial Path Temple said as he retreated. After the crushing defeat last time, using a special liquid as a carrier, he successfully developed a kind of talisman that could instantly punish people. As long as he infused it with energy, he would be able to activate the soul-extinguishing sound of death. No matter how powerful Suyu was, he should at least be wary, right? Unexpectedly, Suyu did not care at all and calmly said, "It's useless even if you have 100 of them." He swung the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. 9 beams of destructive black light shot into the sky. Wu Dao Temple's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated his talisman. A large number of Heavenly Book characters were released, emitting destructive power. However, before the dark light of annihilation, it was like a wisp of smoke that was swept away. Without thinking, the martial arts temple immediately jumped into a small teleportation formation hidden on the side. With a whoosh, he was teleported away. He barely dodged this dangerous attack. Suyu held the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his hand, activated the space domain, and instantly chased after them. He had just arrived in the outside world. What greeted him was tens of thousands of Heavenly Book characters, trapping him in the middle. The words of the Heavenly Book released the power of oblivion, causing Suyu's soul to suffer a great impact, making him drowsy. In the distance, Wu Dao Temple crossed his arms and sneered, "You fell for it, didn't you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" So, after returning to the heavenly courts, the martial Dao Temple did not stop. Instead, he worked even harder to study the Heavenly Book characters that he had mastered while recuperating from his injuries. With the help of the court master and a few deputy court masters, he successfully cultivated several secret techniques related to the Heavenly Book characters. Oblivion was one of them. As long as the enemy used it, they would be able to trap them within. With the passage of time, his soul would be constantly affected, and in the end, he would fall into eternal slumber. He had tested it on a vice court lord before, and the results were quite good. The vice court master didn't even last 10 breaths before he fainted on the spot. Is that so? Suyu's gaze was indifferent. Isn't this the soul curse technique recorded in the Tome of Darkness? Just by changing his name, he became the Lone Ranger of the Martial Arts Temple? It's nothing. Suyu shook his sleeves, and countless Heavenly Book characters flew out from them. The 2 completely different Heavenly Book characters melted with each other. But it was obvious that the Martial Dao Temple's Heavenly Book characters melted faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Book characters that he was so proud of were all dissipated. You also know how to attack with the Heavenly Book characters? Impossible, impossible. The smile on the Martial Dao Temple's face immediately froze. I was born from a stone with Heavenly Book characters, and I was born to master the Heavenly Book characters. How can you? Suyu shook the great scythe of 10,000 calamities in his hand and did not answer. Instead, he said coldly, "If that's all you have, then it's time to say goodbye." Hearing this, the Martial Dao Temple was shocked. He immediately weaved a seal with his hands. His body quickly divided into hundreds of Heavenly Book characters, and they merged into the void in all directions. They disappeared without a trace. This was the escape technique that he had developed. It could turn himself into Heavenly Book characters. It was impossible for the enemy to catch him. In the empty sky, the Martial Dao Temple's cold voice floated, "Suyu, just you wait." Obviously, he had gone to inform the court master and the many deputy court masters. Suyu stretched out his right hand and grasped the air forcefully. Immediately, the whole world seemed to be grasped, and it trembled violently. The hundreds of Heavenly Book characters recondensed in front of Suyu and pieced together to form the Martial Dao Temple. The Martial Dao Temple was on his way to the court master when he suddenly felt the surrounding scenery change. When he looked again, he found that he was still in the same place. He could not help but gasp, "You, who the hell are you?" His secret technique of heavenly book characters was broken again and again. This was absolutely impossible. Martial Dao Temple, you really disappoint me. I put you last to kill. Su Yu's eyes were surging with murderous intent. He had thought that the Martial Dao Temple would be the most difficult to deal with. However, he did not expect that ever since he had mastered the Dark Tome, the Martial Dao Temple's seemingly very powerful tricks had been reduced to nothing. In fact, it was nothing more than that. Su Yu, wait, we can still talk. The Martial Dao Temple's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day he would not even have the ability to escape from Su Yu. To be exact, this day came too quickly. How long had it been since they last met? Su Yu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If you want to talk, bring Han Xian back to life, Su Yu said, his eyes suddenly fierce. If you can't, then go down and accompany her. Boom! The great scythe of 10,000 calamity was activated again. 9 world-shaking rays of black light swept through everything. The Martial Dao Temple was horrified and hurriedly called for help. Court Master, save me. As he spoke, he also took out several life-saving talismans. Among them, a silver-white life-saving talisman was the most special. The talisman exuded an aura of the same origin as the defensive formation. The destructive black light crushed the other talismans, but was only bounced back by the silver-white talisman. Even so, the powerful force carried by the destructive black light still penetrated the talisman and bombarded the Martial Dao Temple. Creak! His body was immediately torn apart and was about to collapse. Ah! The Martial Principal Temple Master screamed as he dragged his bloodied body toward the cave abode where the court lord resided. Swish! However, he did not run for long before the great scythe of 10,000 calamity was pressed against his neck. The Martial Dao Temple stopped in his tracks, his eyes full of fear. Holy Body Su, please, please spare me. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. I should not have provoked you. To be honest, Su Yu did not feel the slightest pleasure of revenge. There was only deep pain. Han Xian died in the hands of such a person. Chapter 2761. However, he had no fighting spirit at all. Su Yu felt quite calm. Go down. Su Yu sighed softly. He was going to end his life with the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Suddenly, several terrifying auras rushed over with an overbearing momentum. It was the court master and 5 deputy court masters. Stop! The one-eyed court master's beard and hair stood on end as he burst out with the power of the heavenly law. For a moment, heaven and earth were tumbling, and the stars and clouds were dim. The oppressive aura made the air tremble. The entire heaven court was trembling as if it could not bear the monstrous flames of anger. The court master was really angry. He was extremely angry. This was because Su Yu's actions had far exceeded his expectations. He even dared to kill the Martial Path Temple. Did he even put the heavenly court in his eyes? The answer was no. The Martial Path Temple was overjoyed, but he continued to pretend to be weak and said in a low voice, Holy Body Su, if you let me go, I can promise you that I will never hurt you. This is a good thing for both of us, isn't it? Su Yu stopped as if he was weighing his options. Seeing this, the Martial Path Temple Master was slightly excited. He continued, The court master is a man of his word. I can guarantee this with my life. As long as you let me go, I will definitely protect you from death. The court master and the others rushed over and surrounded Su Yu in a semicircle. Hearing this, the court master leaned on his walking stick and said coldly, That's right, we can talk about anything. The condition is that you release him first. The court master also valued the Martial Path Temple very much. This person's attainments in the heavenly book were innate, which was extremely rare. No one except the Martial Path Temple could maintain the great defensive formation outside the heaven court. He could not die. Of course, he could not let Su Yu go either. No matter what, he had to die today. The martial path temple continued. Did you hear that, holy body, Su? The court master has promised you. With his identity and status, he will not do anything that goes back on his word. Su Yu thought about it and said lightly, Well, I think you are right. The court master will keep his word with his life, right? The martial path temple nodded repeatedly. Yes. His heart was ferocious. If he really let Su Yu go, he swore that he would kill Su Yu at all costs. No, there was also his wife, who was a descendant of the ancient god, his friends, and the ruined region that he had painstakingly protected. Otherwise, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? At this moment, Fine, then go to hell, Su Yu said calmly as he flicked his wrist. The scythe of 10,000 tribulations cut off the head of the martial arts temple. At the same time, the destructive power contained within it also destroyed the soul within the body, leaving not even dregs behind. The head of the martial arts temple still retained the confusion before death. Why did Su Yu suddenly change his mind at the last minute? Su Yu crushed his head with his foot, then said calmly, Your palace master has zero credibility. Since you want to use your life as a guarantee, I will fulfill your wish. How could Su Yu not know what kind of person the court master was? How dare he try to use this to deceive him? The court master, who had forcefully suppressed his anger, finally exploded. His old body trembled as he roared angrily, Su Yu! His angry roar shook the heaven court. The court master held his walking stick horizontally in front of his chest and roared resentfully, Su Yu, I have treated you with sincerity. How do you repay me? I gave you a chance to go to the Tao Abyss and helped you save the people of the ruined region. Is this how you repay me? What an ungrateful thing. He did not finish his words, because Su Yu had casually snapped his fingers. The conversation between the court master and Gong Zizhua echoed in the air. Gong Zizhua and the court master discussed how to deceive the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The court master shut his mouth, his old face livid. He was shocked and angry. He was shocked that Su Yu had seen through his plan. She was angry because Su Yu clearly knew about it, but he still used it to run amok in the heavenly court and deliberately created trouble. He knew very well that he would not dare to do anything to Su Yu if he deceived the divine nine-dragon cauldron. After realizing this, the court master trembled with anger. He thought he was playing with Su Yu. It was only now that he realized that Su Yu had been toying with him all along. Su Yu, I knew you were not a good person, the court master said angrily. Now give me your life. Su Yu said calmly, I should be the one saying this. How can a scheming guy who cheats others of their things be considered a good person? Should I call you an old thing? His eyes were filled with thousands of cold lights as he waved the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. 9 beams of destructive black light swept out. The descendants of the ancient gods were shocked and retreated quickly. Only the court master and the 5 deputy court masters looked at him angrily. The court master waved his walking stick, and a special 5-colored light swept out from it, completely blocking the 9 beams of destructive black light. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Ever since the destructive black light was used, it had only been blocked by the great defense formation outside the heaven court. It was the first time that a person had blocked it with a magic weapon. As expected of the court master, he had some tricks up his sleeve. Su Yu, do you think you can do whatever you want with the great sickle of 10,000 calamity? The court master sneered. You are too naive. There are many secrets in this world that you don't know. His walking stick touched the ground lightly, and the 5-colored power burst out again. I will let you have a taste of my power. The court master was full of killing intent at this moment. His heart was full of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have listened to Gong Zizhua and killed him directly. Anyway, the possibility of Su Yu retaining the holy body was almost zero. The 5-colored energy within the walking stick was like a dark cloud that pressed down from above. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the court master, Su Yu's most powerful weapon was the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. In fact, it was not. Su Yu put away the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations as she stared at him in shock. Then he weaved his hands together. Immediately, unknown words of the heavenly book gathered around him. Those words of the heavenly book showed a particularly mysterious trajectory, constantly wandering around Su Yu. The five-colored power that could block the great sickle of 10,000 calamity was magically decomposed into wisps of five-colored mist when it reached the trajectory. It was not harmed at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The court master was the most shocked. This is the secret technique of the heavenly book? Who taught it to you? Su Yu said calmly, guess. The court master's old face trembled, and he said coldly, I guess go to hell. The surface of his walking stick suddenly cracked, revealing the true appearance of the walking stick. It turned out to be a five-colored sword that looked like metal. It had been disguised as a walking stick. Chapter 2762. The court lord held the hilt of the sword and slowly raised the tip. His remaining pupils reflected the five-colored light, and his voice was hoarse. Do you know what kind of sword this is? Su Yu stared at the five-colored sword. That aura was very familiar. It seemed like they had come into contact with each other in the distant past. It's a sword refined from the blood of ancient god Nine-Dragon, the court lord indifferently said. Su Yu's heart trembled. No wonder it felt familiar. Back then, ancient god Nine-Dragon requested the human ancestor to leave a letter written in blood for his successor. The divine blood had even helped Su Yu improve his cultivation. This sword was left behind by ancient god Nine-Dragon before he left the heavenly court, the court lord said slowly. Its purpose was to guard against the hegemon and his descendants. He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Su Yu. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt the bloodline of the ruler in his body churn unceasingly, and he felt a sharp pain from it. Many domains were released uncontrollably, becoming scattered and formless. Ancient god Nine-Dragons has always been the bane of hegemons. His blood can suppress all hegemons, the court lord said. But you, thinking yourself clever, took the blood of a hegemon. In other words, the ancient god's blood sword could also suppress Su Yu. As a result, he was unable to unleash his elemental realm. Su Yu, who had lost his domain, could only rely on the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his hands and the secret technique of the heavenly book characters. Now answer me. How do you want to die? The court master asked calmly. He didn't give Su Yu any choice. Su Yu's face was calm, and he did not panic at all. He had never intended to use his ruler's bloodline to suppress the heavenly court. Old man, I advise you to restrain yourself, Su Yu said calmly. Otherwise, you will be the one crying. The court master shook his head slowly. I have nothing to say to you. Then go to hell. What he regretted the most was listening to Gongzi Jua. It had allowed Su Yu to live for a few more days and caused irreparable damage to him. Qi, the ancient god's blood sword in his hand, slashed toward Su Yu. A five-colored trail pierced through the void. Under the suppression of the colorful light, Su Yu couldn't use his time, space, soul, and life domains. He couldn't dodge. He could only face it head-on, outside the world of Wushu. Su Yu weaved his hands together and uttered mysterious words from the heavenly book. 100 heavenly book characters wrapped around Su Yu's body and rotated continuously, bursting out golden beams of light that sheltered Su Yu within. Bang! The five-colored trajectory slashed at the pillar of light, causing it to creak as if it couldn't bear the heavy burden. It looked like it was going to break in the next moment. However, this was ultimately just sword qi, and the rate at which it was being worn down was extremely fast. It didn't take long for the sword qi to dissipate. Su Yu stopped making signs with his hands and flicked his 5 fingers forward. The golden light pillar that was protecting his body swiftly swept over. The court master was surprised. Where did Su Yu get his heavenly book secret technique? Even the ancient god blood sword couldn't easily kill it? Seeing the light pillar coming at him, he held the ancient god blood sword in front of his chest. The 5-colored ancient god blood on the surface continued to boil and let out dragon roars. The beam of light that swept over was immediately dispersed by the dragon's roar. The two of them exchanged 1 round each, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Many descendants of the ancient gods retreated, shocked by Su Yu's terrifying strength. From the looks of it, he wasn't using his full strength. What he revealed just now was just the tip of the iceberg. The court lord couldn't let go of his pride. Even the master of the heavenly court couldn't do anything to a puny Su Yu. Heavenly Luo slash. The court lord held the ancient god blood sword in his hand and imbued it with the strength of the heaven law master. Bang! With a loud noise, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the ancient god blood sword. The blood mist turned into a 5-colored dragon, roaring as it approached. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Su Yu fiercely. Su Yu remained calm and stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot. Immediately, an enormous azure dragon appeared under his foot. All of them were condensed from the heavenly book characters. With a roar, he tore at the blood dragon. One of them was the ancient god's blood, while the other was the heavenly book character's secret technique. Both of them were equally powerful. Su Yu looked at the court lord calmly and said, "You can't do anything to me. If you don't want to cause serious damage, stop." He looked the ground and saw many areas that had been affected by the battle and said calmly. Hearing this, the court lord was shocked and angry. If he let Su Yu go today, how could he, the court lord, convince the people in the future? Su Yu, you are too arrogant. How could the ancient god blood sword, left by the ancient god Jilong, only have this little power? The court lord suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. The blood mist fell on the ancient god blood sword. The sword immediately burst into dazzling 5-colored light. From afar, it looked like a 5-colored sun. Glory of the ancient god. The ancient god blood sword seemed to have been reborn. Under the illumination of the light, the azure dragon of the heavenly book characters that Su Yu had condensed immediately fell apart. Su Yu's face became slightly more serious. The ancient god blood sword was indeed worthy of its name. Just now, it could only be considered as a sheathed sword. Now that it had fully displayed its power, it felt completely different. Be buried by the ancient god blood sword. The court lord's eyes were majestic as he raised the ancient god blood sword high. A 5-colored light shot up into the sky, broke through the void, and reached the depths of the world. Under the 5-colored light, all the weak creatures in the heaven court crawled on the ground, not daring to move. It was as if they were facing a supreme being. Even Su Yu felt a rare shiver run down his spine. It was as if he was facing the ancient god Jilong himself. Destroy! The court lord used a secret technique and slashed down with a loud bang. The pillar of light that shot up into the sky came crashing down with the power of the heavens. All of a sudden, the entire heaven court's giant ship trembled. Su Yu faced the pillar of light head on. One could imagine the pressure he was under. His blood was boiling, and his body was trembling. Even his soul, which had the soul emperor robe, felt weak like a candle in the wind. It was as if it would be blown out the next moment. Su Yu naturally did not dare to be careless. His fingers turned like wheels, and he performed seals at an extremely fast speed. He consecutively set up 3 defensive secret techniques of the heavenly book characters in front of him. These were all the defensive secret techniques he had learned so far. Each one was stronger than the one before. Crack! However, the first secret technique could not withstand the pressure before the pillar of light reached it, and it shattered with a loud bang. The heavenly book characters completely collapsed. Su Yu was slightly shocked. Without even putting up a resistance, it shattered. The power of the pillar of light was far beyond his expectations. Boom! When the pillar of light fell, the second defense around Su Yu shattered with a loud sound. There was not even a moment of defense. Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. Creak! Creak! The pillar of light came crashing down, pressing down on the last line of defense. The defense was immediately overwhelmed by the pressure, and it was twisting rapidly, as if it was about to explode. Not good. Crack! In the end, the defense still shattered. All the Heavenly Book characters were destroyed by the pressure. The huge pillar of light swallowed Su Yu in an instant. Su Yu was not allowed to struggle. In the distance, Yu Xiangwan and Hong Yao's eyes were filled with sorrow. The court lord had gone too far. He had tricked Su Yu into coming here and killed him. How could a dignified court lord be so despicable? The court lord heaved a sigh of relief, looking at the gradually dissipating pillar of light. He was a little worried. It won't hurt the divine nine-dragon cauldron, will it? However, a cold reply came from within the pillar of light. Chapter 2763. What? He's not dead yet? The court master's old body trembled violently. That was the strongest attack of the ancient god blood sword that he could unleash. The ancient god Jilong had once said, the power of this attack was unpredictable. It was difficult to survive the early stage of the Heaven Law Master, so it had to be used with caution. However, he had just used it on Su Yu. Su Yu was not dead. Everyone held their breath as they stared at the gradually dissipating light beam without blinking. In the core area of the light beam, a blood-red ball wrapped around Su Yu. The ball was liquid. However, it was not water. Instead, it was a liquid-like substance formed by millions of Heavenly Book characters. A hint of evil and bloodthirsty aura assaulted his senses. Su Yu took a gentle step forward, and the blood ball automatically made way for him, revealing Su Yu's figure. He looked at the court master, the descendants of the ancient gods behind him, and the huge heaven court indifferently. He said coldly, I have given you enough chances and advised you to stop. Why do you have to force me to the end? Crash! The blood ball behind him suddenly began to gush out a large amount of blood. There was no end to it, and it kept flowing out. It was as if there was an endless flow of blood in it. The blood fell to the ground, and as soon as it touched anything, it would immediately corrode and become a part of the blood. When the first drop of blood landed on the palace, it immediately corroded the entire palace. However, the corrosion did not stop. The earth was corroded, revealing the heaven court's defensive formation. The great sickle of 10,000 tribulations could not shake the defensive formation, but the drop of blood melted a huge hole. Yes, it was directly corroded and shattered. Seeing this, the court master and the ancient god descendants sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. However, it was only a drop of blood. The blood in the blood ball was flowing out endlessly. Stop them! Deputy Court Master Jean Fien's scalp went numb. Once the blood fell to the ground, it would definitely corrode the entire heaven court. However, it was easy to say, but how could they stop them? Did they not see such a powerful defensive formation being completely corroded? Walala! Finally, the blood fell to the ground, melting a small part of the heaven court into blood. The scene was like a Vichy hell, and it was extremely ghastly. At the same time, the 8 peaks were drowned in the sea of blood one after another. Only ancient god Nine Dragons Mountain was untouched. Stop! The court master shouted. Seeing the heavenly court being destroyed bit by bit, the court lord's heart burned with anxiety. He regretted it. He regretted bringing Su Yu to the heaven court. It's already too late, Su Yu said calmly. I can't control it either. This was the most forbidden secret skill he had mastered, Boundless Blood Sea. Unless everything was melted into a pool of blood, it would not stop. What? Can't stop? Seeing that the heavenly court was about to be completely destroyed, the court lord's internal organs were on fire. At this moment, a light shout pierced through heaven and earth. What followed was the will of a king that suppressed all living beings. 9 dragons suppressing the mountains and rivers. A giant cauldron that looked very similar to the divine 9-dragon cauldron descended from the sky. The 9 giant dragons above let out roars and roars as they opened their mouths and inhaled. It actually sucked away all the blood on the ground. The giant ship of the heavenly court, which was about to be corroded, escaped the calamity. The court master and the descendants of the ancient gods heaved a sigh of relief. They were all surprised. Who was it? How could it suppress the blood? Moreover, why was the cauldron he controlled so similar to the divine 9-dragon cauldron? The method of control was particularly orthodox. Swish, the space cracked. A man wearing a black cloak, a dragon robe, and a crown on his head. The majestic king stood on the divine cauldron with his hands behind his back. Seeing him, many people expressed confusion. They had never seen him before, but the court master was excited. Zhan Wushuang, weren't you sent to the Tao Abyss? On that day, the Martial Path Temple brought Zhan Wushuang back and immediately reported to the court master. When the court master found out that he was a natural king, he immediately ordered people to send him to the Tao Abyss. Unexpectedly, in just 1 or 2 years, he was reborn and returned. Furthermore, his first move was an astonishing one. Zhan Wushuang looked down from above, his eyes cold and ruthless. He looked at Suyu. Suyu, why don't you kneel when you see me? His voice was full of supreme majesty. It was as if he was the king of heaven and earth, dominating everything and suppressing everything. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Wherever his eyes passed, everything turned into ice. The Martial Path Temple was Han Xuan's direct murder, but Zhan Wushuang betrayed him and was the culprit behind Han Xuan's death. How can a defeated opponent be qualified to call himself a king? Su Yu slowly rose up and looked at him at the same level. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were full of disdain, full of majesty. Lowly creature, get lost. You don't deserve to look at me at the same level. He waved his hand. The giant cauldron under his feet swept over with astonishing momentum. That was the method of activating the divine 9-dragon cauldron. But Zhan Wushuang used it skillfully. Su Yu snorted coldly. 4 yuan-level domains condensed into a staff. From top to bottom, it lashed out fiercely. Bang! The cauldron was sent flying and rolled back. Su Yu was unstoppable. He flew up into the sky and looked at him at the same level. In front of me, you don't deserve to be called a king. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were cold and full of pity. Pathetic thing, you don't know who you are facing. Su Yu waved his hand, and his divine 9-dragon cauldron slowly appeared. I am facing a person who has been defeated time and time again. I have let him off and saved him countless times, and I have given him an emperor's armament. But he still repaid my kindness with ingratitude and reported me. In the end, he caused the death of a woman who loved him. He had never called others trash. Never. Only Zhan Wushuang. It didn't matter if his abilities were crippled. It didn't matter if his body was crippled. But if his heart was crippled, then he was truly trash. Zhan Wushuang's heart ached. The only thing he didn't want to admit was that he was trash. Su Yu. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. You caused Han Xuan's death. Do you know your crime? Su Yu's aura was majestic. The divine 9-dragon cauldron in his palm rotated rapidly, emitting an ear-piercing sound. He looked at Zhan Wushuang from afar. Trash who deceives himself. You don't even have the courage to look yourself in the eye. Han Xian was really blind to marry you. Why did Han Xian die? Did Zhan Wushuang not know? He was only deceiving himself, not daring to admit that he had caused Han Xuan's death. Hence, he vented his anger on Su Yu. You are the sinner. Zhan Wushuang's body emitted waves of dragon roars. 9 dragon soul, virtual shadows, surrounded his body. I want your head. I will use your blood and your eternal soul as a sacrifice to Han Xuan's soul in heaven. Zhan Wushuang roared angrily, wrapped in the 9 dragon soul virtual shadows. He stepped on the wind and clouds as he charged over. Wherever his footsteps passed, all living things prostrated themselves. Imperceptibly, he had the aura of a king that could suppress all living things in the world. Chapter 2764. You are the one who should die. Suyu bellowed. The rapidly spinning divine 9 dragon, Cauldron in front of his chest, turned into a shadow as it shot forward. Zhan Wushuang stretched out a hand and said in a dignified tone, You know nothing. He formed a mysterious seal with his palm. The rapidly spinning divine 9 dragon, Cauldron, began to stop on its own. Moreover, it kept struggling on the spot. It flew toward Suyu, then toward Zhan Wushuang. Suyu had only seen this scene with the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong. Could Zhan Wushuang be the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong? Come back! Suyu bellowed. The ancient god Jiulong had been refined by him for a long time. It immediately returned to his palm. Zhan Wushuang failed and said coldly, Do you see? I am the king of everything. Suyu looked at the divine 9 dragon cauldron and put it away silently. A king who needs my charity, even for the emperor's 4-piece set? Suyu sneered. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the great scythe of 10,000 calamities appeared in his palm. Activating the bloodline of the ruler, he immediately revealed his true form and slashed with the scythe. Instantly, 9 beams of destructive black light swept forward. Zhan Wushuang said disdainfully, Child's play. He pointed his finger and said, Break! Roar! Among the 9 dragons surrounding Zhan Wushuang, a dragon's soul roared. It swung its giant tail fiercely and destroyed the destructive black light. The dragon's soul did not slow down and went straight for Suyu. Suyu had to use 3 secret defensive techniques of the heavenly book. The dragon soul was extremely ferocious and immediately smashed the first layer of defense, then crashed into the second layer of defense. After a moment of stalemate, the 2 layers of defense broke at the same time. Zhan Wushuang was like the king of heaven as he said lightly again. Another dragon's soul descended, roaring and crashing into the 3rd layer of defense. Crack! Crack! The strongest layer of defense stubbornly resisted the attack from the dragon's soul. After 10 breaths, the defense finally broke. The dragon soul came roaring. Suyu blocked with the great scythe of 10,000 calamities in front of his chest and was pushed back by the dragon's soul. Seeing this, Zhan Wushuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, You can't even withstand a single blow. He said with self-mockery, I used to think that you were an invincible person, but it turns out that you are so weak. In the past, I was truly as inferior as a pitiful worm. As he looked at Suyu, his eyes were filled with hatred and disdain. Han Xian actually died for a piece of trash like you. It's really not worth it. He raised his finger again. Another dragon's soul roared and charged over. Without a defensive secret technique, how could Suyu survive? He would definitely die. Even if he were to display his strongest, boundless blood sea, he would still be buried in the dragon's soul. Disappear from this world, Suyu! Zhan Wushuang closed his eyes indifferently and turned around slowly. He disdained to witness the scene of Suyu's death. Facing the 7 dragon souls, Suyu's expression was extremely calm. He took out Jade Pearl, as well as the bloodlines of the Chief Sovereign of Fate, the Chief Sovereign of Samsara, and the Chief Sovereign of Creation. With the help of the exquisite Jade Pearl, the 3 great rulers' bloodlines were easily refined and quickly absorbed by Suyu. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled from the depths of the void. Suspended in the depths of heaven and earth the sacred mountain, which was about to descend, flashed with golden light. It was as if something that should not have been born had been born between heaven and earth. A halo appeared between Suyu's brows. The halo had 7 colors. Each color represented a supreme domain between heaven and earth. There were a total of 7, encompassing almost everything in the world. The halo between Suyu's brows flickered slowly. It maintained a high degree of consistency with the gaze of his eyes. "Destroy," Suyu said calmly. A thin line shot out from within the halo. With a muffled rumble, the 5-colored thin line shot out and instantly destroyed the dragon's soul into ashes. The dragon's soul did not even have the slightest chance to resist. Zhan Wushuang suddenly groaned and turned around abruptly, staring at the halo between Suyu's brows. His pupils shrank fiercely. 7 yuan domains. Apart from the death domain, he had mastered all the other domains. Suyu looked at Zhan Wushuang calmly. "Continue." Zhan Wushuang gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized the remaining 6 dragon souls to charge at Suyu. Suyu stood where he was, motionless. With just a gentle blink of an eye, a destructive ray of light shot out from the halo. The 6 ferocious dragon souls that could crush heaven and earth were all easily destroyed by the ray of light. Not a single one was left. "Is this what you are so proud of? A born emperor?" Suyu said coldly. "Your previous thinking was not wrong. You will never defeat me in this lifetime." Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists and shouted, "Suyu, I am the king that you must kneel before. It was in the past, today, and in the future." He grabbed the air and shouted, "Sword, come." Swoosh! The ancient god blood sword in the court master's hand flew out and fell into Zhan Wushuang's hand. "I will let you understand what the real ancient god blood sword is." Zhan Wushuang held the hilt of the sword. The ancient god blood sword was overflowing with a layer of moisture. It was the fresh ancient god blood hidden in the ancient god blood sword. It was also the most dangerous part of the ancient god blood sword. The court master was shocked. He had controlled the ancient god blood sword for many years, but he had never known that there was ancient god blood in the ancient god blood sword. How did Zhan Wushuang know? The ancient god blood can destroy all living creatures under the sacred mountain. Zhan Wushuang's gaze was deep and sharp. So what if the 7 great masters' bloodlines fused into one body? In front of the ancient god blood, it will be nothing but ashes. He held the sword with both hands, and the whole sword was shaking violently. It was as if there was a power that even he could not control. "Accept your fate, Suyu. You will eventually be a skeleton under my feet, a whetstone for me to become an emperor." Zhan Wushuang swung the blood sword down with difficulty. Boom! 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 The heavenly court shook violently, and the void tumbled violently. Even the sacred mountain was shaking. Suyu only felt a formless and fatal sword energy pressing down on him. The halo between his eyebrows dissipated rapidly, unable to withstand a blow from the sword. Suyu's gaze was calm. He held the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations tightly and shouted coldly, "Great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, open!" The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations was burning with golden flames. The handle of the green vine wood, after being burned, had turned into a sparkling metallic color. The most amazing thing was that among the 9 Taotai heads on the scythe, one had an extra golden head. That golden Taotai head was exactly the same size as the other heads. However, the eyes of the Taotai seemed to be alive. With a cold and indifferent gaze, they looked down at the world quietly. This was the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations activated by the 7 great masters' bloodlines. Go. Suyu waved the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations fiercely. In an instant, 9 beams of destructive black light swept across. However, as soon as they shot out, they were destroyed and dispersed by the formless sword energy. The golden head was not in a hurry, and it opened its eyes. A faint light beam as thick as a finger shot out from its eyes. However, as soon as the light beam appeared, the sacred mountain, which was shaking, began to retreat. Just by appearing, it had forced the sacred mountain to retreat. Chapter 27:65. The golden thread's power was unparalleled. The peerless slash of the ancient god blood sword became abnormally difficult under the threat of the thin thread. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were filled with shock and panic. His hands were trembling. It wasn't his hand that was trembling. It was the ancient god blood sword that was trembling. Zhan Wushuang let out a furious roar when he saw the thin thread coming at him. He forced himself to pull himself together. I am the Emperor of Destiny. I will not lose. Whoosh! However, the cruel reality was the golden thread mercilessly pierced through the ancient god blood sword. With a bang, the ancient god's blood sword shattered into pieces. The intense explosion tore Zhan Wushuang's royal robes into shreds, and his entire body was mangled. Although his life was not in danger, he was in a sorry state. Su Yu said calmly, "Tell me again, what kind of emperor are you?" "An emperor begging for food." Zhan Wushuang's eyes widened in anger. "Su Yu." "Humph." Su Yu snorted heavily and pressed forward with the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his hand. Zhan Wushuang's heart trembled as he forcefully resisted. However, his dragon soul was gone, and the ancient god blood sword was gone. He only had that bit of cultivation left. How could he be a match for Su Yu? As soon as they exchanged blows, Su Yu grabbed his neck. "This is the destined emperor," Su Yu asked coldly. As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped him hard. "Pah!" The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the entire heavenly court. The court master and the others watched from afar, pushing and shoving each other, but no one dared to step forward to help. Su Yu was too terrifying. Who dared to step forward? They could only watch helplessly as Zhan Wushuang was beaten up like a beast by Su Yu. Zhan Wushuang's initial anger, followed by numbness and then sorrow. In the end, he was still inferior to Su Yu. Even with the help of that lord, he was still no match for Su Yu. Su Yu's 10 slaps had completely awakened Zhan Wushuang, allowing him to rediscover the trauma of being dominated by Su Yu. "It's over, Zhan Wushuang." Su Yu was too lazy to continue fighting. The scythe of 10,000 tribulations pressed against his neck and said indifferently, "Go and repent to Han Xian." He was about to use the scythe of 10,000 tribulations to end his life. Suddenly, a soft sigh seemed to explode in Su Yu's ears. His 7 domains were thrown into chaos, and even his sovereign bloodline was thrown into chaos. Without the support of the sovereign's bloodline, the scythe immediately returned to its original state. Su Yu was greatly shocked. What kind of person could get so close to his back without being able to detect him? He turned his head and saw that it was an old man wearing a long robe with 9 dragons embroidered on it. His hair was combed neatly and meticulously. His facial features were plump, and his eyes were slightly sunken. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had walked through countless prehistoric eras. Su Yu stared at this person, his heart trembling inexplicably. Even his voice couldn't help but tremble. "You are ancient god Jilong?" He had never seen ancient god Nine Dragon's true body. However, after controlling the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron for so many years, he could faintly establish a connection with ancient god Nine-Dragon. The elder who had suddenly appeared was ancient god Nine-Dragon. It was the ancient god Jilong that Su Yu had always longed to see but had never been able to. At this moment, Su Yu had many questions that he wanted to ask him. For example, why had ancient god Nine-Dragon chosen him as his successor? Why hadn't he appeared for so many years? All these years he had disappeared in the Tao Abyss. What had happened? But there were so many questions that he didn't know where to start. "Let him go," ancient god Nine-Dragon said indifferently. Suyu stiffened slightly. He stared at ancient god Nine Dragons in different eyes, his heart inexplicably cold. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. He had been excited to see ancient god Nine Dragon, but ancient god Nine Dragon had been unmoved to see him. Suyu withdrew the scythe and looked at ancient god Nine Dragon quietly. The ancient god who had turned his fate around had appeared in front of him for the first time. Zhan Wushuang was released. He staggered over to ancient god Nine Dragon and knelt on one knee in shame. "Your disciple is incompetent and has embarrassed you, master." What? Everyone in the heavenly court was shocked. Ancient god Nine Dragon was Zhan Wushuang's master? In other words, Zhan Wushuang was ancient god Nine Dragon's successor? But that wasn't right. If he was the successor, what was Suyu? Suyu stood where he was, his mind unusually blank. He suddenly felt that perhaps he had made a mistake from the very beginning. "It doesn't matter. You have received too little of my teachings, and your strength is limited. It's normal that you are inferior to others." Ancient god Nine Dragon looked at Zhan Wushuang with a hint of concern. It was completely different from the indifference he had shown Suyu. Zhan Wushuang's sorrowful state of mind was restored to tranquility. He looked at Suyu with a look of pity and sighed. "You don't understand what I said." "Don't understand what?" Ancient god Nine Dragon looked at Suyu coldly again. "Your name is Suyu, right?" Suyu nodded. His eyes, which had regained focus, were silent. "Can you return the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron?" Suyu's heart trembled. He could refuse anyone who asked for the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. But there was one person he couldn't refuse. That person was ancient god Nine Dragon himself. Suyu took out the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron with a heavy heart. As soon as it appeared, the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew away from his palm, happily, and landed in its palm. 8 crystallized flying dragons circled ancient god Nine Dragon excitedly, letting out incessant dragon roars. Suyu had never experienced such a state before. His heart was filled with bitterness. The divine Nine Dragon Cauldron had never truly belonged to him. It had always been ancient god Nine Dragon's possession. Ancient god Nine Dragon patted the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron lightly. Instantly, dozens of drops of blood essence that had been fused with it for hundreds of years were all slapped away. Those were the drops of blood essence that Suyu had dripped into the cauldron over the years. Now they were all wiped clean. Suyu immediately lost all connection with the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Everything. Suyu clenched his right fist in his sleeve. Then he loosened it helplessly. The divine Nine Dragon Cauldron had only been in his possession for 200 years. In the hands of ancient god Nine Dragon, it had been billions of years. In comparison, Suyu had only gained control of it for a brief moment. Wasn't it reasonable for him to take it back now? However, what Suyu couldn't accept was that ancient god Nine Dragon had given the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to Zhan Wushuang. Some accidents caused you to lose 200 years. From now on, make good use of it, ancient god Nine Dragon said. Zhan Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. He cast a triumphant look at Suyu. He even waved the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron in his hand. Suyu's heart had already turned cold. He said, "Can you tell me why?" Why did he say that Zhan Wushuang had lost the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron for 200 years? Ancient god Nine Dragon said indifferently, "I should tell you about this. Actually, Zhan Wushuang is the successor that I have chosen. You were just an accident." Chapter 2766. Suyu was expressionless. In truth, even if ancient god Nine Dragon hadn't said anything, he had a faint premonition. Perhaps he was not the successor of ancient god Jilong, because from start to finish, he didn't seem like an inheritor. Apart from accidentally obtaining the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, there was nothing else. The people of the heavenly court had never treated him as a successor. He had thought of every possible way to snatch the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron from him. If ancient god Nine-Dragon truly viewed him as a successor, who would dare to do such a thing? But hearing it from ancient god Nine-Dragon's own mouth made it seem especially real, cruel, and merciless. Now that he thought about it, back then he roared in the forest and was smashed by the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. It was just an accident that happened by chance. It was his wishful thinking that he was ancient god Nine-Dragon's successor, looking at Zhan Wushuang, born to be an emperor. From the moment he was born, he was blessed with great luck. When it was born, the souls of 3,000 kings and emperors paid homage. He ascended the throne at the age of 3 and defeated the strong at the age of 5. He annexed the mortal empires of the central state and made tens of thousands of countries submit to him. When he was 10 years old, he established the Peerless Martial Sect, sweeping through all the forces in the region and forcing the 3,000 sects of the middle state to bow their heads. At the age of 15, he besieged the imperial palace of the central prefecture and challenged the central prefecture's king. In comparison, the first half of Su Yu's life was too ordinary. It was so ordinary that it didn't even have the slightest bit of brilliance. Compared to Zhan Wushuang, he was like a speck of dust. He was the chosen successor of ancient god Jilong. In addition, give me the heavenly throne of heaven and earth and the emperor's slaying sword. They are for Zhan Wushuang, ancient god Nine-Dragon indifferently said. So you did not say a word. He took out 2 items and tossed them over. This question could be considered solved. Zhan Wushuang's imperial 4-piece set had been created by ancient god Nine-Dragon. Zhan Wushuang regained his confidence after getting the 2 items and the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He sighed and said, "Because of a momentary mistake, I wasted 200 years." Zhan Wushuang sighed with emotion. If the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had fallen into his hands from the very beginning, then all of Su Yu's achievements today would belong to him. Of course, this was only his wishful thinking. To Su Yu, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was just a support. What was given to him was merely the 8 great laws. Apart from that, everything else was obtained by Su Yu one step at a time, braving countless trials and tribulations, as well as many life-threatening dangers. Su Yu looked at ancient god Jilong calmly and said, "What else do you want to take back?" Ancient god Nine-Dragons pointed at the many ancient god descendants behind him. "Take their things and return them all." "All right," Su Yu said without hesitation. The descendants of the ancient god Ju Yu had the divine flame and the black mountain, the ancient god Jin Xian's abyss beast. He returned everything that he had taken from the descendants of the ancient gods. Not a single item was left. And then Su Yu asked calmly. His face was very calm, so calm that it was completely unlike the expression that a person in such a situation should have. Even a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of sadness, and a little bit of anger were normal. Only that calmness was exceptionally strange. Ancient god Jilong scanned Su Yu from head to toe and said calmly, "Then leave the heavenly court. You are not welcome here." After all, this was the homeland of the ancient gods. What was Su Yu? What right did he have to stay here? Su Yu nodded and said, "I will return the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to you. The ancient god relics I obtained can be considered the interest for borrowing ancient god Nine-Dragon for 200 years. I've already returned everything to you with interest." Su Yu gripped the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and drew a golden line between him and ancient god Nine-Dragon. His eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest trace of emotion. "From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." Su Yu's heart ached as he said these words. He had imagined meeting ancient god Nine-Dragon many times, and he had wanted to express his gratitude many times. However, he had never imagined it. The day they met was the day they severed all ties. Ancient god Nine-Dragon glanced at the golden line on the ground, then turned around indifferently and said without turning his head, We have nothing to do with each other in the first place. Let's go while I'm not in a bad mood. So you did not look at ancient god Nine-Dragon again. From now on, they had nothing to do with each other. From the next moment, they might become enemies. Let's go. Su Yu, Yu Xiangwan, and Hong Yao left the heavenly court under the mocking gazes of the descendants of the ancient gods. The court master said respectfully, "Ancient god, this child has ancient God Gold Xian's divine artifact, the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, the bloodline of a ruler, and the secret technique of the heavenly book characters." "Why don't we?" ancient god Nine-Dragon said indifferently. After all, he received the teachings of the human ancestor. Consider it a favor to the human ancestor. But that's all. Ancient god Nine-Dragon said faintly. His divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been forged by imitating the human ancestor's life cauldron. In a sense, he also owed the human ancestor a favor. That was why he hadn't killed him. Otherwise, Suyu would have been nothing more than an ant in his eyes. He had already killed him just now. I will stay here for a period of time and do my best to help ancient god Geo reincarnate. Has everything been prepared? The court master nodded deeply. Everything else has been prepared. Only the ancient god's body should be on its way. Ancient god Nine-Dragon's nostrils flared. Wushuang, come with me. Amidst the envy of the crowd, Zhan Wushuang followed ancient god Nine-Dragon into the secret chamber to receive pointers. Zhan Fian's eyes were filled with envy. I wonder how strong ancient god Nine-Dragon is now. Will he surpass the human ancestor of the last era? The human ancestor was an existence that dominated the world at the beginning of the last era. After the Tao Abyss had been silent for an era, what kind of existence would it be? The court master shook his head. The human ancestor was an existence that could trample on two sacred mountain heavenly suns. No one in the past can surpass him. Zhan Fian agreed deeply. Her face was full of regret. It's a pity that the human ancestor was alone. In the end, he was powerless and perished in the mortal world. The court master's eyes were filled with a hint of deep meaning. Did the human ancestor really perish? Rulers and ancient gods were able to find a way to be reborn in the new era. Why did an all-powerful existence, like the human ancestor, never return to the mortal world? You mean? Zhan Fian's pupils shrank as she gasped. The court master shook his head. It's just a guess. Don't take it seriously. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly court, Yu Xiangwan looked at the calm Suyu and said, "Brother Su, don't be sad." Even Hong Yao was biting her red lips. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Suyu looked at the dark void expressionlessly and said, "I'm not sad. I just feel relieved." All along, the ancient god Nine-Dragon was an existence that weighed heavily on his heart. Now he had let go of everything. Yu Xiangwan clenched her fists. I finally understand why the ancient god corpse ancestor asked me to leave the heavenly court. There are so many ungrateful people there. Even the ancient god Nine-Dragon is like that. How disappointing. Yu shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that the ancient god corpse ancestor asked you to leave for another reason. It's not just because of their bad character. How could a dignified ancient god give such a reminder for such trivial matters? Yu Xiangwan thought so. She looked at Suyu's empty hands and sighed. It's a pity that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron has accompanied you for 200 years and never left. Now it has been taken back. Chapter 2767. Yu Xiangwan was puzzled. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been taken away. Brother Su, do you have other plans? Yu Xiangwan asked. Suyu nodded. I already have 7 of the 9 great master domains. If I can find the other 2 domains, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron will be the real divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, made by the ancient god Jilong, only had 8 master domains. According to Yunyazi, it was an incomplete divine artifact. Therefore, the person who longed for the ninth master was undoubtedly the ancient god Jilong. If he could get the master domain of the ninth master first, and then the master domain of the death master, then all 9 domains would be gathered. Only then could he make the real divine nine-dragon cauldron. He already had the materials to make the divine nine-dragon cauldron a long time ago. The melted liquid, the liquid formed by the burning of the path fire and combined with countless treasures and heavenly objects. He was ready. All he needed was one last thing. The ninth master? Yu Xiang, one had never heard of it. Besides, the master of death is still sealed underground in the heavenly court. How can I get him? Hearing this, Su Yu furrowed his brows. Indeed, it would be very difficult to get the bloodlines of the last 2 masters. Let's wait and see. Su Yu's eyes darkened. If necessary, even if the ancient god Jilong tries to stop me, I will try. Yu Xiang, one gasped in astonishment. Did Su Yu mean to fight the ancient god Jilong? That was the leader of the 8 great ancient gods, ancient god Jilong. Where did Su Yu get the courage to fight the ancient god Jilong? He shook his head. I hope it doesn't come to that. In his opinion, Su Yu is no match for the ancient god Jilong. That's up to him, Su Yu said lightly. They sped all the way to the remnant domain. It took them half a year to go back and forth. The dim yellow light of the holy mountain was getting closer and closer. There was no longer darkness in the void. Everything had been replaced by a dim yellow light. Brother Su, did you notice that there seems to be some broken islands in the void? Yu Xiangwan's dark blue eyes looked into the distance for a while. Su Yu nodded. Yes, I noticed them long ago. In the past, the void was shrouded in darkness, so it was impossible for him to probe very far. However, under the illumination of the sacred mountain, the existence hidden in the darkness could not be hidden at all. Along the way, Su Yu discovered more than just small islands. They also found many huge, severed limbs. In terms of size, it was only 1% of the size of the remnant realm. What was even more noteworthy was that there were living beings on it, and they were very powerful. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, The void doesn't only have 8-star civilizations. Wasn't our outer realm also a small region attached to the 8-star civilizations? Apart from that, there were also heavenly courts battleships. When the last era was destroyed, only the large islands were destroyed. Many small islands were spared, so it's normal, Su Yu said. I just don't know if there are any great figures from the last great era. Su Yu recalled the human ancestor's corpse. Ever since he entered the 8-star civilization from the outer realm, he had never appeared again. Now, only a ruined region was left, and there was no trace of it. No one knew where he was right now. Yu Xiangwan thought for a while. If there's really a powerful person, maybe they'll choose to get closer to the remnant realm. After all, that's the largest island left. Su Yu nodded slightly. It would be a good thing if more strong people could be attracted here. The combined strength of everyone would be more likely to resist the destructive light of the holy mountain. They talked as they hurried on their way. Finally, after a few days, they arrived at the border of the remnant realm. Swoosh! Suddenly, a flying treasure pierced through the void and rushed out from the border of the remnant realm. Su Yu recognized it and said, Isn't that Chu's flying battleship? He activated the Yuan level domain and moved the flying battleship that had fled far away. On it, Chu was covered in blood and looked anxious. Suddenly, the sky and earth were spinning, and his expression changed. When he saw Su Yu in front of him, he was overjoyed. Disregarding his injuries, he jumped off the ship and said, Holy Body Su, you're finally back! Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a very bad feeling. Who was Chu? He was Qin Xianer's personal guard. He was seriously injured, so Qin Xianer could imagine. What happened? Su Yu asked in a low voice. Chu clenched his fists and said, Holy Body Su, as soon as you were invited away by the people of the Heaven Court, they sent someone over, saying they wanted to invite Master along. The master he mentioned was naturally Qin Xianer. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. If they wanted to invite Qin Xianer, they could have invited her together. Why would they invite him alone when he was not here? And then Su Yu clenched his fists in his sleeves slightly. Nothing must happen to Xianer. Master felt that there was something wrong with them, so he did not agree. He said he would wait for you to come back. Chu said bitterly. That group of people finally revealed their true colors and attacked Duo Mu and Mingling. Duo Mu was killed, Mingling was seriously injured and unconscious, and Master was also injured by them. Su Yu's eyes were full of murderous intent. It turned out that the Heaven Court had two plans. They wanted to trick Su Yu into going to the Heaven Court and take the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. They also wanted to trick him into leaving and capture Qin Xianer. Go on. Su Yu forced himself to calm down. The more critical the moment, the more he could not panic. Chu cried bitterly. Fortunately, the cauldron reacted quickly and immediately organized people to fight against them. However, we had too few masters, and they were all descendants of the ancient god Jilong. In the battle that lasted for several months, we suffered heavy casualties and Master was finally captured, and our remnant realm was completely destroyed by them. Even the defensive formations that were already broken were not spared. They were all destroyed. Su Yu's face sank, and he said slowly, How long has it been since they captured him? 10 days ago. Now there are still a few descendants of the ancient god Jilong ruling the remnant realm. They want to enslave all the creatures and escort them to the Heaven Court. Many of my brothers in the cauldron used their lives to escape and go to find you. Originally, Chu had expected that Su Yu might have met with misfortune in the Heaven Court. However, he did not expect that he would come back alive. Let's go. Su Yu took a step forward, and the void trembled. It was as if the world was moving. The next moment they appeared above the remnant realm. 100 battleships, densely packed, blocked the sky above the remnant realm. The black muzzles of the cannons were aimed at the remnant realm. As long as any living creature rushed out, it could be killed with a single shot. At this time, on the land of the remnant realm, thousands of masters of the Heaven Court were hunting down the strong men of the remnant realm. Anyone who resisted was killed on the spot without mercy. Su Yu's robe billowed, and his silver hair danced in the wind. His pair of eyes were bursting with amazing, murderous intent. The murderous intent was so heavy that even the white battleships nearby noticed it, and they all turned around and aimed at Su Yu. Chapter 2768. It's Su Sheng. How is he still alive? Oh my God, he's not dead. From the brief exclamation, it could be seen that they knew about the Heavenly Court's plan and knew that Su Yu would die in the Heavenly Court. Su Yu murmured, Then you are not innocent. Su Yu put his palms together slowly. Creak. Every warship was wrapped in a mass of space, and then the space was constantly compressed. Little by little, the warships inside were compressed into scrap metal. The people on the ships were terrified and tried to break the space to escape, but none of them succeeded. Together with the warships, they were finally compressed into a thin piece. Yu Xiangwan had no mercy and said coldly, The people of the Heavenly Court should be killed. They were too shameless, too despicable. Kill. Su Yu swooped down. At that moment, the Star Rain Empress and a group of people were hiding. They were being chased by several strong men at the peak of the Roadmaster level, one of whom was covered with faint dragon patterns. His eyes stared greedily at the Star Rain Empress's beautiful face under her long golden hair. Little girl, I'm taking you back to the Heavenly Court to eat and drink. Why are you resisting? The Star Rain Empress's face was slightly pale. She huddled in the corner with her 2 guards, putting up a last-ditch struggle. The descendant of the ancient god smiled wickedly. I said a few months ago that when I break the seal, I must have a taste of you. No one can stop me. He waved his hand and dismissed the 2 guards beside him, Go somewhere else. The two of them chuckled. Yes, Lord Subduing Dragon. Any descendant of the ancient god Jilong could get a name with the word dragon attached. This person was indeed a descendant of the ancient god Jilong. Fu Long chuckled and slowly approached. The Star Rain Empress trembled like a little sheep, panicked and helpless, feeling desperate. But just as Fu Long was about to close in, a cunning light flashed in the Star Rain Empress's eyes. Time freeze! The rest of the Time Dominator's domains were taken away by Su Yu, but hers was not. Over the past few months, she had been hiding her strength and determined not to use the Time domain. Now that she suddenly used it, Fu Long was caught off guard. He was frozen on the spot. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Star Rain Empress and her two guards immediately rushed up to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as he was about to succeed, Fu Long, who was clearly frozen in place, grinned. I lied to you. With a flick of his fingers, he killed two guards. Then he grabbed Empress Star Rain's wrist, and with a sinister smile, he pulled her into his arms. Little beauty, come here. Empress Star Rain let out a soft cry, her face filled with despair. The Tao Lord energy in his body trembled as he prepared to self-destruct. She would rather die than have her chastity destroyed and become a slave for others to vent their anger on. However, Fu Long sneered, If I let you die in my hands, then I will lose too much face. With a light press of his palm, he suppressed the power that Empress Star Rain was about to unleash. No. Star Rain Empress truly despaired. She couldn't die even if she wanted to. But all of a sudden, the pulling force of the dragon loosened. Queen Star Rain looked up and saw Fu Long standing there with a stiff expression. He stared behind her with fear written all over his face. Empress Star Rain turned her head to look, and an extremely familiar face came into view. Su Yu. It was Su Yu. Fu Long's lips trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, You are back. He hurriedly let go of Empress Star Rain and kept retreating. With a stiff expression, he said, This is all a misunderstanding. It was the instructions of the higher-ups of the heavenly court. We were just following orders. Su Yu stepped forward indifferently and took a light step forward. Bang! Fu Long's legs were immediately shattered into a mist of blood by the formless realm, and only half of his body was left. Even so, Fu Long still had a strong desire to live. He couldn't die. If he could survive until the next era, he could become a being of the same level as the new era's old ancestor. Misunderstanding? Trying to take advantage of my star reign is also a misunderstanding? Su Yu said coldly. Fu Long took out a space jade charm. As long as he crushed it, he could be transported back to the battleship in the outside world. Crack! He crushed it, and a mass of space light enveloped him and began the transportation. Fu Long's heart relaxed, and the fearful expression on his face immediately turned ferocious. Su Yu, you destroyed my legs. I will make you pay for this with your woman. Sooner or later, I will make her. But as he spoke, Fu Long could no longer continue, because the space light was slowly disappearing. The transportation failed. Fu Long's heart skipped a beat. Su Yu said lightly, If you are referring to those spaceships outside the realm, well, they have been destroyed. Do you have any other means of transportation? Fu Long sucked in a breath of cold air. A total of 100 battleships were all destroyed. Why didn't any of them sound the alarm? How terrifying was Su Yu? Holy body, Su, you treat me like a fart. Let me go. I don't dare, I really don't dare. Fu Long said hurriedly. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. You are the descendant of the ancient god Jilong. Can you leave some dignity for yourself? When he went to the heavenly court, he had made things difficult for all the descendants of the rulers. Out of respect for the ancient god Jilong, he had never touched them. He didn't expect his descendants to be such unbearable people. Fu Long knew that he had no way out, so he simply became fierce. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The energy in his body was rioting, a sign that he was about to self-destruct. However, he didn't succeed, because Su Yu gently pointed his finger, and Fu Long's divine power was completely imprisoned. "You have to get my permission before you become a ghost," Su Yu said indifferently. His eyes shone with soul light, and he immediately began to search his soul. The search was in progress. He saw Qin Xianer being taken away by a young girl. That young girl was none other than the descendant of the ancient god Jilong, who had tried to capture Yanran, the woman in the golden sedan. "It's her." Su Yu's murderous, intense sword. Back then, Su Yu had been merciful because she was the descendant of the ancient god Jilong. She was not grateful, and even participated in the capture of Qin Xianer. Bang! Due to his anger, his soul probing had become extremely violent. With a scream, Fu Long's soul was destroyed. Su Yu looked up at the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent. The descendant of the ancient god Jiolong, he had treated the one who had hurt him the most. "All of you deserve to die," Su Yu growled in a low voice. Sobbing, the Star Rain Empress threw herself into Su Yu's arms in fear and sorrow. "Brother, you are finally back. Sister Xianer has been taken away." Su Yu gently stroked her head. She had indeed suffered a lot to be able to resist until now. "Come with me. Don't let anyone who intrudes into the remnant domain go," Su Yu said, full of murderous intent. A powerful space field erupted around him, sealing off the entire remnant domain. Chapter 2769. Somewhere in the west, a descendant of an ancient god with a face full of pimples was sitting on an armchair. Hundreds of people were scattered in front of him. Most of them were the core members of the Cauldron. The ground was already flowing with blood, and dozens of heads were still open. The scene was full of blood. The descendant of the ancient god leisurely sipped his tea, crossed his legs, and said lightly, "Obey the heavenly court, and I can guarantee that you will survive the destruction of the era. I will give you another 10 breaths to think about it." After he finished speaking, the 2 followers behind him immediately stepped forward and pressed the King of Darkness, who was a Vice Cauldron Venerable One, to the ground. A sharp axe was pressed against his neck. "Otherwise, your head will fall to the ground." The descendant of the ancient god said lightly, "Although the heavenly court is merciful, you are all sinners, and you cannot be left alive." Well, the countdown of 10 breaths begins. An hourglass was placed on the ground, and the sand inside flowed down evenly and slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 7 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. The King of Darkness remained silent and had no intention of obeying. The descendant of the ancient god frowned slightly. "I say, your Cauldron organization is actually very weak. Why are you so persistent?" He really didn't understand. As far as he knew, the Cauldron was founded by Su Yu, but he rarely managed it. The entire organization was not strong. For some reason, their loyalty to Su Yu was beyond imagination. Even after killing dozens of people, no one was willing to betray him. It was incredible. King of Darkness smiled. His face was filled with disdain. "You will never understand the meaning of a savior appearing when the people are in despair, when the heavens can't be expected, when the earth can't be begged, when the gods don't pity them." Which of the members of the Cauldron was not a creature that Su Yu had saved from despair? For them, Su Yu was more important than the Emperor Heaven and the Earth, and more important than the gods. People could die, but they would not go against their beliefs. "Is that so?" The descendant of the ancient god narrowed his eyes. His patience was obviously exhausted. Dozens of people were willing to bow down. Looking at the remaining hundreds of people, their eyes were very calm. They were like prisoners who were going to die calmly, and they never thought about surviving. It was futile to continue to threaten them. "Forget it. I wanted to use the power of your Cauldron to rule all the creatures. Since you believe in Su Yu, go to the underground and join him," the descendant of the ancient god said lightly. Without the Cauldron, they could still enslave the creatures of the broken region. It was just a lot more troublesome. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "Send them on their way. I want to see if there will be another savior." The two subordinates nodded and immediately raised their hands and slashed down. A cold light flashed. A mass of blood splattered. A bloody head rolled to the feet of the ancient god's descendant. However, the descendant of the ancient god of the ancient god. Dragon subduing? The ancient god's descendant was shocked. He hurriedly stood up and looked around. Who is it?" The remaining light suddenly caught a glimpse of someone. When he took a closer look, his soul couldn't help but leave his body. Sue's sage physique? He thought that he was seeing things and tried his best to look over. When he was sure that he was not seeing things, his heart felt as if it had fallen into a cold pond, and it was incomparably cold. He took a deep breath. "You are the one who died." Yu walked forward slowly without saying a word and flicked his finger. "You are the one who died." Puff! Fu Long immediately turned into a cloud of dust, his body and soul destroyed. The King of Darkness and the others were overjoyed and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Cauldron Master." Yu stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Go and save the others." "If you capture them, what should we do?" the King of Darkness asked. Yu's tone was full of murderous intent. "No captives." The King of Darkness was shocked. He meant to kill them all. Next, the remnant realm launched a desperate counterattack. With Ding as the leader, he organized tens of thousands of troops to attack various places, killing all the people of the celestial heavens who attacked, leaving no one alive. With the help of Su Yu and Yu Xiangwan, the people of the broken region were unstoppable. The people of the heavenly court saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. Only then did they realize that the entire broken region had been locked down and there was no way to escape. What was more desperate was that it was completely useless to surrender and save their lives. The other party was ruthless and did not spare a single one. It lasted for 3 days. There were corpses everywhere in the broken region. Blood stained the ground and covered the sky. Everywhere was ruined after the war. Yu stood in the void and stared at the broken region where the defense formation had been destroyed and the land had been reduced to ruins. Hatred surged in his heart. What did he do wrong? He just wanted to lead the few living beings there and use that broken continent to survive the final apocalypse. The heavenly court was so rich. What could they not have? Why did they have to deprive them of the barren land? Why did they have to destroy their small and pitiful wishes? At this time, the King of Darkness, Chu, Empress Starrain, and all his old friends led the hundreds of millions of people in the broken region and stood in front of Yu. "Our home has been destroyed," Yu said slowly, his heavy voice falling into everyone's ears. "Do you want to die in silence, or do you want to fight with me?" The broken region could no longer protect them. When the end of the world came, what awaited them would be eternal death. No life could save them from death, the returning ruins. Fight. Where the king goes, we go. We are willing to follow the king to destroy the enemies of the heavenly court and take revenge. King, let's fight. The destruction of the broken region made the common people united. They only had one thought. Instead of dying in the end of the world, it was better to use their hot blood and their sharp swords to give the enemy a heavy blow. Even if they died, they had to make the enemy feel pain. What's more, who was leading them? It was the sacred body of the human race. It was the hope of the common people. It was the sacred body chosen by the will of the common people in the world. Yu nodded slowly, stepped on the void, and said deeply, "Good. Everyone, follow me and fight to the death." His voice shook the void. It attracted the deafening response of countless creatures. Fight the heavenly court and destroy all the enemies. The heavenly court is not destroyed. I swear not to return. In the passionate roar, the entire broken region was like an awakened giant beast. In the dim void, rushing towards the heavenly court, it was full of endless killing. It was as if everyone on it was the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. All the large and small islands along the way, all made way, and the creatures on them stared at the mighty broken region of the heavenly court in astonishment. The void was vast and mighty, and the gods avoided it. Its momentum was so great that it was unprecedented since ancient times. The journey of several months passed in a flash. At the end of the dim world, a silver-white warship came into view. The mighty waves caused by the broken region had already formed a complete wave, shaking the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, in the high-level cave residence. Chapter 2770. He had already lost count of how many times he had meditated, but every time he would wake up in less than 3 days. It was as if something bad was about to happen, causing his soul to feel uneasy. He had only encountered such a situation once in his life. That time he was a defeated general, and the king had ordered his family to be executed. He was locked in the heavenly prison, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. That was the lowest point of his life, the most desperate moment of his life. In the end, he watched as his family members were beheaded one by one. He watched as they died in front of him. Wasn't the feeling of unease similar to before? Emptiness, the situation has been decided, so why do I still feel uneasy? Jean Fien did not understand. The 8-star civilization, which was a huge threat, was only left with a remnant region that was struggling at death's door. The rest were all small islands, not worth mentioning. More importantly, the heavenly court was impregnable. There was a defensive formation with heavenly book characters on the outside and ancient god Nine-Dragon on the inside, who in the current emptiness could fight. This feeling of unease came out of nowhere. Clang! Suddenly, on the stone table in front of him, the teacup, placed flat on the table, started to slowly move. Then it fell to the ground with a bang and shattered. HM? Jean Fien glanced at it and was slightly puzzled. But then more and more things fell down, hitting the ground with loud bangs. Finally, Jean Fien clearly felt his body start to tilt. What's going on? He stood up in shock. Boom! Suddenly, the heavenly court started to shake violently. He immediately flew up and maintained his standing posture. At this moment, over 100 purple communication jade pendants came from his waist. Jean Fien was in charge of defense. The purple jade pendants ringing meant that there was an invasion alert. Usually only one piece would ring, but right now there were 100 of them ringing at the same time. Even when the heavenly court was first established, it had never encountered something like this. Even when it was at its weakest, when it was surrounded by the people sent by the rulers, there had never been such chaos. For a moment, Jean Fien did not know what to do. He casually grabbed a piece and crushed it. An extremely terrified voice came from inside. "Enemy attack!" The voice suddenly stopped. There was a shrill scream, and the sound of the ship being smashed into pieces. His expression changed slightly, and he continued to crush the rest of the jade pieces. The result was the same. They were all sending the same message. Enemy attack. Many people didn't even have the time to send a message before they were crushed. In the remnant sound, Jean Fien seemed to hear the roar of a colossal creature. Shocked, he immediately rushed out of the secret room and arrived above the heaven court. In the end, what he saw made him gasp. A behemoth that was twice the size of the heavenly court was stirring up countless waves in the void and rumbling over. It was a continent, in the dusky yellow of the apocalypse. It was like a huge beast that had come out to hunt for food. The patrolling heavenly court members were all mercilessly crushed by the giant creature. He couldn't even escape. Jean Fien's pupils constricted. Broken domain! Could it be that the people they sent didn't enslave all the living beings in the remnant domain? Or did Siyu go back and regain control of the ruined region? However, how would he dare to come back to the heavenly court? Ancient god Nine-Dragon was presiding over this place. Prepare for battle! But no matter what, the people from the remnant regions had come with ill intentions. and the heavenly court was not to be trifled with. He immediately sent out a message. Suddenly, the giant cannons on both sides of the heavenly court appeared one after another. Each of those black giant cannons could erupt with the terrifying power of a peak Earth master. Hundreds of giant cannons. When all fired at once, the power was unimaginable. The remnant domain was bound to be destroyed. Stop immediately and let those who are qualified to speak step forward. Jean Fien scolded. However, the remnant domain did not stop, and it had no intention of stopping. Jean Fien's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone open fire!" Boom! Boom! Beams of purple light shot out explosively. Every beam of light blasted through the remnant domain. Hundreds of beams passed through the remnant domain, forcibly shattering the remnant domain into hundreds of small island fragments. When the fireworks stopped, the remnant domain was silent. The surface of the ruined domain was completely silent. There was no resistance, not even a sound. "It's over." Jean Fien was a little puzzled. Although he was very confident in the attack of the giant cannons of the Heavenly Court's warships. But the other party was killed so easily it was a little unexpected. "Let's go up and investigate," Jean Fien said uncertainly. A group of Heavenly Court members gathered their courage and went up to investigate the hundreds of small islands. Moments later, they all transmitted back. "We didn't find anything, not even a corpse." Not even a corpse. Jean Fien's heart skipped a beat, and his first reaction was, "There's a trap!" Rumble! Suddenly, the void above Heavenly Court fluctuated violently. A gigantic rift that traversed the void appeared. This was an enormous spatial crack that could only be opened by a yuan-level spatial domain. Inside the crack, numerous figures poured down from the sky like a torrent of seawater. The Heavenly Court members that were patrolling outside Heavenly Court were immediately drowned by the sea of people. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were annihilated. Angry roars sounded in the sea of people. "Kill the members of Heavenly Court!" "Cut off all means of retreat! Fight to the death!" They had given up everything in this battle. Even destroying the remnant domain, there was no way out. Other than fighting a bloody battle, other than attacking Heavenly Court, there was no way out. Jean Fien was shocked, and he roared, "Open fire!" Boom, boom! Hundreds and thousands of cannons rumbled and shot out again. Every beam of light could kill an entire group of people, directly blasting them into nothingness. However, there were too many enemies, so many that it was impossible to kill them all. The emptiness that had just been cleared was immediately filled by the sea of people. Jean Fien's scalp went numb, and he immediately retreated into the Heavenly Court's defensive formation. He wanted to use this formation to kill the enemy from a distance. After all, the power of this formation had been tested countless times, and it couldn't be broken. However, as soon as this thought appeared, a sea of blood appeared above Heavenly Court. The sea of blood poured down, dripping onto the defensive formation. That indestructible defensive array was actually corroded away. Seeing this, Jean Fien's heart thumped. Su Shin Body. This was the blood sea horizon that Su Yu had just mastered. What made him feel even more threatened was that the formation had been broken, and the enemy had poured in like the sea. There were too many of them, enough to fill the entire Heavenly Court. One could imagine what kind of place they passed. The first to be attacked was the mountain of ancient god Jinxian. In just 10 short breaths, Jean Fien witnessed the mountain being swallowed up by the sea of people. Only Jinhaojin and a few descendants of the ancient gods escaped in panic. The rest were all buried in the sea of people. Chapter 2771. He retreated rapidly, his heart thumping wildly. Perhaps, even in his wildest dreams, he had never thought that there would be a day when the remnant realms would attack the Heavenly Court. As he retreated, he commanded, "Activate the Armageddon Army!" He shot a purple firework into the sky. The firework illuminated the sky, suppressing the dim light of the sacred mountain. Huge commotion occurred in various parts of Heavenly Court. The ground in various parts of the celestial court split open, revealing many gaps. Those gaps led to the battleships of Heavenly Court. Countless experts swarmed out. The weakest among them was a Tao Lord. Earth Lords were the main force. In the blink of an eye, the number of experts on the ground was no less than that of the remnant realm. They were all dressed in silver-white armor, and like a silver flood, they quickly clashed with the invading remnant realm army. They were all elites that Heavenly Court had prepared for many years. Their goal was to fight against some powerful existences when the epic restarted. Who would have thought that they would be used against the remnant realm beings? When the two torrents collided, the silver torrent swallowed the multicolored torrent with overwhelming force. The experts of Heavenly Court were all in groups of two. The two groups were separated by a certain distance, and each held a strange Tao artifact. The two Tao artifacts continued to shoot out destructive lightning bolts. They charged into the crowd and immediately turned a large number of remnant realm beings into ashes. Several Cauldron higher-ups were the first to be killed as they were leading the charge. As a result, the attacking troops lost their commander and became headless dragons, instantly falling into chaos. Using this chance, the white-armored flood sped up their harvest. The remnant realm beings that had been so powerful just a moment ago were immediately wiped out in large numbers, showing signs of defeat. Empress Star Rain and Yanran led a group that resisted tenaciously. However, they could not withstand the attacks of the elite army that the other side had carefully trained. Their own people were killed by the lightning, forcing them to retreat again and again. In less than 10 minutes, the remnant realm beings had already retreated behind ancient God-gold Arcane Mountain. In contrast, the white-armored flood was unstoppable, relying on the wondrous lightning to reap large numbers of lives. Empress Star Rain panicked when she saw this. Damn it! She activated the Time Ruler bloodline, locked onto the two white-armored experts at the front, and shouted, "Time freeze!" As expected, the two of them froze. Yanran cooperated well and stepped forward, each holding a sword and beheading both sides. Moreover, he even snatched the Nirvana artifact from their hands. She tossed one to Empress Star Rain, and after the two women activated it, they borrowed the astonishing thunder and lightning inside to counterattack. Boom, boom. While the time freeze was still in effect, he killed another group of people and snatched back 2 Tao artifacts and handed it over to the others. They also had 4 Tao artifacts, and by relying on their numbers, they were actually able to resist the attack of the flood of white armor. The white-armored experts knew how powerful the lightning was, so they didn't dare to force their way through. This gave the people from the remnant realm a chance to attack from afar. Slowly, with their advantage in numbers, they managed to push back the flood of white armor. Empress Star Rain shouted, "Charge back!" She and Yanran led the troops and attacked back, chasing the white armor flood and forcing them to retreat. However, such a scene was extremely rare. As a whole, the living beings of the remnant realm were being forced to retreat again and again. On the other hand, Empress Star Rain's troops charged into the flood alone. Unknowingly, their path of retreat was surrounded by a torrent of white armor on both sides, trapping them in a circle. From afar, they looked like a lone island in the middle of a flood. By the time Empress Star Rain realized that the situation was bad, it was already too late. After being surrounded, the white flood attacked from all directions. The number of casualties increased rapidly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they were being surrounded. Their numbers decreased layer by layer. Not long after, the several 100,000 people were reduced to around 10,000. The Nirvana artifacts in Empress Star Rain and Yanran's hands had already been destroyed during the battle. Both of Yanran's hands were covered in blood, and her right arm was charred. There were faint traces of lightning left behind. When the enemy's lightning struck her just now, One of the remnant realm's living beings leapt over and used his own body to block the attack. That was why she only suffered superficial wounds. Looking at the countless corpses of her companions falling, Yanran felt sad. Heavenly Court's strength is within my expectations. Before they came, everyone was mentally prepared. Heavenly Court had accumulated an entire era's worth of resources, and it was also the home of the 8 ancient gods. How could they have no strength? In contrast, the 8-star civilization of the remnant realm had been destroyed, and many resources had been destroyed. Even daily training was a problem. Wanting to defeat the Heavenly Court with numbers was tantamount to a fool's dream. Therefore, they had cut off all means of retreat this time, and were prepared to die. Empress Star Rain continued to perform the Time Realm, causing the enemy to slow down in a small area and causing harm to them. However, there were too many enemies. Her efforts were like a drop in the bucket. With only 10,000 people left, they couldn't hold on for long. It seems that this time we are really going to die here. Empress Star Rain's face was slightly pale. She had overused her Dominator bloodline. Yanran nodded. Su Yu is commanding the overall situation. He can't take care of us. Empress Star Rain's expression was complicated. While making the last struggle, she said, In fact, I envy Sister Sienna very much. Looking at the battlefield all over the sky and the flying blood, her eyes were complicated. If Su Yu is willing to risk everything to start the sky-toppling battle for me, I can die without regrets. Hearing this, Yanran looked at Empress Star Rain in surprise and said, This isn't brother-sister love, is it? Empress Star Rain pursed her lips. At this moment of life and death, there was no need to hide. Yes, I like Su Yu. It's a pity that I will never have the opportunity to let him know. Looking at the thousands of people left in front of her, Empress Star Rain was full of regret and nostalgia. Originally, she should have died in the Battle of the Masters and become a small abandoned pawn in the conspiracy of the Time Master. However, after meeting Su Yu, life became exciting again. Every day was full of color, no longer gloomy, no longer lonely. Aren't you brother and sister? Yanran reminded her. Empress Star Rain said faintly, How could I really not know how many descendants the Time Master has? He lied to me from the beginning. How could I really not know? It turned out that from the beginning, she knew Su Yu was not the descendant of the Time Master at all. He was the descendant of the ancient god Jiulong. After all, Su Yu had performed several kinds of realms in succession. Was this something a descendant of the Time Master could do? She just lacked help, and Su Yu wanted to use her strength. Therefore, she played dumb and pretended not to know anything. However, in the end, she really relied on Su Yu and could no longer leave him. Chapter 2772. The Star Rain Empress lowered her head and sighed. It's not a bad thing to bring her underground. Keeping her in the human world will only make things difficult for Su Yu. He only has Sister Xian, in his heart. Yanran said sympathetically, Sigh, you have fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have. From her observation, Su Yu was not a person who would fall in love easily. He had always been devoted to Xian. He had never touched other women. If the Star Rain Empress confessed her feelings, it would only add to Su Yu's troubles and pressure. At this time, the White Torrent had completely surrounded them. There were only a dozen people left around the two of them, making their final struggle. Those who surrender will be spared. A strong man leading the team stared at the two women with excitement in his eyes. These two people should be people of high status among the creatures of the Remnant Realm. If they were captured, they would be rewarded handsomely. The Star Rain Empress and Yanran looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The two women did not retreat. Instead, they stepped forward and shouted, We will not return until the Heaven Court is destroyed. The 10 people around them were also excited. In desperation, in adversity, they shouted, Destroy the Heaven Court! Their figures were as small as dust, submerged in the silver torrent. The Star Rain Empress and Yanran were fighting to the death, but they were facing the cold thunder. The leader of the White Torrent waved his hand indifferently. Fulfill their wish. 2 rows of strong men in white armor activated the Nirvana artifact and released dozens of destructive thunderbolts, giving them the last blow of their lives. However, at this moment, the world suddenly darkened. No one knew when, but a thick, dark cloud appeared above the heaven court. The dark clouds were like a thick black mirror, illuminating the earth with an incomparably pitch-black light. Ordinary people would only feel a little cold under the dark light. However, the dead bodies on the ground, illuminated by the dark light, all came back to life. Their eyes were empty, with only a little flame of hatred flickering in them. The Corpse Clan. They are all the Corpse Clan. There were screams of horror in the crowd. In the sky, under the cover of the heaven shroud, Yu Xiongwan held the underworld scepter and shivered. Brother Su, this is all I can do. Activating the sacred artifact in such a large area would cause great damage. The ground immediately fell into great chaos. Suddenly, a dense horde of corpse race beings appeared in the white flood. Even though the dead had been turned into Corpse Clan members, their strength was greatly reduced. However, in order to create the effect of dense lightning, the White Torrent had all gathered together. The corpse race suddenly appeared under his feet. How could he guard against it? After the corpse race appeared, they immediately attacked the people of the heavenly court with their consciousness from when they were alive. With a casual bite, they could transform the white armor into zombies. Then the new zombies would continue to attack their former comrades. Similar changes were taking place on the entire battlefield. It was like a chain reaction. In an instant, the White Torrent was thrown into chaos. Countless corpses appeared among them, causing them to lose the will to fight the creatures of the remnant realm. Under the pursuit of the corpses, they could only run away in panic. Seizing this opportunity, the creatures from the remnant realm immediately launched a counterattack. With the momentum of a torrent, they attacked the scattered warriors in white armor and tried to snatch the Nirvana artifacts in their hands, turning them into their own. Outside, there was a flood of living beings from the remnant region, and inside, there was the corpse race's pursuit. The majestic White Torrent was quickly defeated, and it was beaten to the point of abandoning its armor. The Star Rain Empress and Yanran, who had been prepared to die, barely managed to survive. They rejoiced and cheered up again. Star Rain, there are some words that you should say while you are still alive. Yanran laughed and touched the head of the Star Rain Empress. You are so beautiful and cute. Maybe, Su, you will be attracted to you? The Star Rain Empress blushed and pushed her hand away. Stop it. Kill the enemies. After saying that, she picked up a Nirvana artifact and rushed into the army. Seeing this, Jean Fien's face darkened. Just when she was at her wit's end, the court master and several other deputy court masters arrived. Looking at the defeat in front of him, the court master's old face turned livid. Suyu, you ungrateful be *starred. We, the heavenly court, have been extremely benevolent to him, but he still came to destroy us. He probably felt that the ancient god Jilong had taken everything but his life, which was a form of charity. As for them, deceiving him of the divine nine-dragon cauldron and slaughtering the creatures of the remnant realm. Finally, they had captured Qin Xianer. These were all negligible. They could do anything to Suyu. If Suyu dared to resist, he would be ungrateful. However, if the heavenly court was so easy to deal with, why would it still exist until now? The court master took out a treasure that he was the only one in his custody. After activating it, the sound of the 9 mountains resounded in unison. Furious roars erupted from the bottom of the mountains. The roars were earth-shattering and powerful. The 2 armies that were fighting each other trembled. Looking up, there was a crack under each of the 9 mountains. From each crack, a 1,000-foot-tall puppet giant of different colors walked out. The giant's combat power was astonishing. Each of them was at the level of an early-stage heavenly lawmaster. Their strength was second only to a master. The 9 puppets appeared and immediately beat their chests, letting out deafening roars. Boom! One of the puppets in the shape of an 8-man leaped tens of thousands of feet into the air and stomped on the living beings of the remnant realm. In an instant, millions of living beings were killed on the spot. The resulting shockwave sent the living beings of the remnant realm flying back dozens of miles. The casualties were extremely heavy. The other 8 heavenly lawmaster puppets also attacked at the same time. Wherever they passed, there were casualties everywhere. In just 10 breaths, the damage they caused was even more than that of the white-armored torrent. The living beings of the remnant realm were filled with despair. They gritted their teeth and fought. A senior member of the Cauldron shouted, "The puppets must have weaknesses. Attack!" However, as soon as he said that, the 8-man puppet swept its long arm and turned him and the overlords around him into a mist of blood. The white-armored overlord was overjoyed. He worked with the 10 puppets to counterattack and reap the lives of the living beings of the remnant realm. They had just seen the light of victory. They immediately fell into an even more desperate situation. Both the living beings and the corpse clan were vulnerable in front of the puppets, with absolute power. Their counterattack landed on the puppet, but it didn't even cause the slightest bit of damage. They could only watch as the 10 puppets rampaged. Their numbers were decreasing rapidly. 1/3 of them were dead or injured compared to when they first arrived. Countless living beings let out sorrowful roars. They wanted to die, but they lacked powerful strength and treasures. As a result, they could only be slaughtered. Jean Fien heaved a sigh of relief and smiled viciously. Ants trying to shake a tree. Stupid. You followed the wrong master. However, at the moment when the living beings of the remnant realm were in danger, the earth suddenly shook. The entire heavenly court shook violently. Chapter 2773. All of a sudden, the world spun, and the huge warship whimpered. The defensive formation on the surface flickered rapidly, as if it could not bear the burden. The court master and the other upper echelons of the heavenly court paled in shock. What's going on? Jean Fien, go down and take a look. The higher-ups still needed him and a few vice hall masters to manage the situation, and the manpower that they could spare was very limited. Jean Fien did not dare to hesitate and immediately shot towards the bottom of the battleship. When they arrived at the past, the scene that greeted his eyes left him in disbelief. A giant golden Xuanwu was flipping the entire battleship. Ancient god gold profound sacred artifact. Jean Fien's expression changed as she recognized it. That holy artifact should be in Su Yu's hands, right? Jean Fien broke out in cold sweat. Speaking of which, since arriving at the heavenly court, Su Yu had disappeared without a trace. Could he be here? As the saying goes, what one fears will come true. There was a faint sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Jean Fien turned her head to look, and her soul almost left her body. Su Yu was standing with his arms crossed. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Jean Fien shivered and immediately ran without thinking. You tricked me into coming to the heavenly court and took the opportunity to capture my wife. Do you think I will let you go? Su Yu hated the most. Jean Fien was definitely one of them. He was the one who had lured Su Yu away. A chill ran down Jean Fien's spine. As he ran, he screamed, I don't know. I didn't do it. He doesn't know? Was that even possible? As she shouted, Jean Fien charged forward again. The court master and the vice court masters were right in front of him. His face was pale as he said, Court master, Su Yu is down there. Save me quickly. However, to his despair, the court lord and the others saw him. To be precise, when they saw Su Yu, who was behind him, they all started to retreat. Jean Fien turned her head to look. Su Yu's ice-cold face was just inches away from her. He blew out a breath of air. Turning into thousands of sharp blades, they abruptly swept past. Zhang Feiyan didn't even have time to scream before her body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this, how could the court masters dare to stay any longer? Didn't Zhang Wushuang, who was tyrannical and invincible, almost died tragically in Su Yu's hands? For a moment, everyone was running away. Su Yu looked at them coldly, then weaved his palms together and several drops of blood appeared. Then, with a flick of his finger, the blood exploded and turned into a sea of blood that sprayed over. The court master's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and tore off one of his arms. In an instant, a large amount of blood splattered out, turning into a blood-colored bell that hung upside down in the middle. Crash! The sea of blood pressed down. None of the other deputy court lords were spared, and all of them melted into the blood sea. Only the court lord's bell managed to block the blood sea. Seizing this opportunity, he fled for his life with a pale face. Su Yu stared at him, but it was too late for him to chase after him. Rumble! The golden Xuanwu unleashed its might and finally succeeded in overthrowing the heavenly court ship. In the blink of an eye, the 10 rampaging puppets fell to the ground, off the warship and into the void. Countless beings from the remnant realms also fell into it. Seeing this, Su Yu finally took out the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Activating its full power, it revealed 10 heads, one of which was golden. The 10 heads simultaneously burst forth with world-destroying light, as well as a golden line. Swoosh! Together with the creatures from the remnant realms that fell outside, all 10 puppets were killed, leaving nothing behind. The reason for this was because the heavenly court was the only place that could accommodate the creatures from the remnant realms. If the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations was used on the warship, the heavenly court would be completely destroyed. Therefore, the next best thing was to use the golden Xuanwu to separate the 10 puppets from the warship. However, the situation at the moment did not improve. On the contrary, it was getting worse. Although the 10 puppets appeared for a short time, the damage they caused was extremely serious. More than 60% of the creatures from the remnant realms were killed. In addition, Su Yu had to kill many creatures from the remnant realms just now. In the end, less than 30% were left. In the battle with the white-armored strongman, the situation was completely reversed. The white torrent was ferocious, and in a short time, the remaining creatures from the remnant realms were wiped out. Soon, the entire battlefield was left with only a white torrent. There were only a few scattered creatures from the remnant realms. The battle between the two sides ended with the complete annihilation of the creatures from the remnant realms. The court lord, who was hiding in the distance, chuckled. An ant trying to shake a tree. The creatures from the remnant realms were only brave, but their overall strength was too low. It was impossible to shake the position of the heavenly court, although the heavenly court also suffered a particularly large loss, not only losing 10 puppets, but also more than half of their strongmen. But in the end, they won. However, at this moment, Su Yu said lightly, "It's almost enough." He took out the exquisite Xuanji and instilled the strength of the ruler into it. This was the sacred artifact of the Life Master. In the past, in the domain of the Life Master, all creatures were immortal and immortal. It was all because of another function of the exquisite Xuanji. It could revive the dead on a large scale. He held the exquisite Xuanji in his hand and slowly lifted it up. The exquisite Xuanji immediately burst out with a shocking emerald light. Under the cover of the light, all the corpses of the creatures from the remnant realms were resurrected on the spot. In a short moment, the dead creatures from the remnant realms were all resurrected. They woke up in a daze, and when they saw the white-armored powerhouse standing right in front of them, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately launched an attack. The battle between the two sides was about to start again. The difference was that all the creatures from the remnant realms were resurrected, and the white-armored strong man who had the absolute advantage was immediately surrounded by an endless sea of people. They struggled in panic and fought. However, They could not stop all the creatures from the remnant realms from resurrecting in an instant. In just an hour, the white-armored strong man was killed until only a few were left. This time, there was no one to stop him. The creatures from the remnant realms attacked every corner of the heavenly court like a torrent. The 8 mountains fell quickly. Many descendants of the deities were driven out of the mountains. Only the ancient god, Jilong Mountain, was left. Numerous torrents rushed up, and towering flames erupted from within the mountains. Those were all the 8 yuan level domains. In an instant, the creatures on the mountain were blasted into nothingness. For a moment, the creatures behind immediately stopped and did not dare to go up again. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. Go. As he spoke, he condensed 7 yuan level domains in his palm and pressed them down fiercely. Most of the flames were suppressed on the spot. In this way, many creatures took this opportunity to rush up again. However, as soon as they reached the top of the mountain, an 8-colored giant dragon raised its head and stared at them coldly. That was also a giant dragon condensed by the yuan level domains. As soon as he spat out his dragon breath, the 8 elemental realms rolled out along the mountain. Rumble. Suddenly, the many creatures from the remnant realms on the mountain were destroyed in an instant. Not even their dregs were left. The giant dragon shouted majestically, "This is the land of the ancient gods, mortals. Retreat, or you will be killed." Chapter 2774. Su Yu floated in the air, his eyes cold. Ancient god, Humph. The name of the ancient god, Jilong, could no longer cause any ripples in his heart. When he confessed everything and asked for everything back, Su Yu had already severed all ties with him and no longer had anything to do with him. So he was the one behind all this. Su Yu was indifferent. His eyes were filled with sharpness. He never thought they would become enemies. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. When they met again, they were already enemies. Then I have no more scruples. Su Yu said slowly. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his palm was completely unfolded, and it slashed down at the ancient god Jilong mountain below. 10 beams of destructive light slashed down from above. The 8-colored giant dragon looked up and spat out a strong dragon breath, roaring, as the successor of the ancient god Jilong, "How dare you attack him? You are unfilial." The two collided and destroyed each other. Su Yu swooped down, his face cold. "Now you say I am his successor? Do you think I should be respectful to him again? Why didn't you say so when you took my divine 9-dragon cauldron and took everything? Why didn't you say so when you tricked me to leave and captured my wife?" His voice shook the sky, full of anger. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his hand seemed to sense his emotions, and the 10 Taotai heads all made a harsh sound. It was waved. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations slashed down. A golden line and 9 beams of black light merged into one, shooting down like a sharp arrow. Unfilial is unfilial. Why do you have so many excuses? The giant dragon roared, spitting out a strong dragon breath. This time, the dragon breath only resisted the sharp arrow for a moment. It was penetrated by the sharp arrow, which pierced through its mouth and shot out from its neck. The giant dragon immediately collapsed, turning into scattered yuan level domains that slowly dissipated. The giant dragon dissipated with a look of pity in its eyes. "You are so sad to oppose the ancient god Jilong." Humph! Su Yu flew down and completely destroyed it with a stomp. Then the countless creatures of the remnant domain surged up the mountain like a tide, occupying everything above. After a moment, most of the areas of the ancient god Jilong Mountain were occupied. Only the great hall of the ancient god was in the center. There was an incomparably powerful layer of defense outside the hall. It was even more powerful than the heavenly book's defense outside the heavenly courtyard. No matter how many creatures there were, they couldn't break it. Inside the hall, a young girl stretched half of her body out. her brows furrowed slightly. Seeing her, Suyu's murderous intent soared. This woman was none other than a stranger. It was the descendant of ancient god Nine Dragons. She was also the woman who had captured Siener. It's you. Su-yu flew down and stood on the defense. He did not hide his surging killing intent at all. The young girl looked up, her eyebrows furrowing even deeper. There was not the slightest trace of fear. Su-yu. The girl looked at the fallen heaven and shook her head expressionlessly. The bravery of an ordinary man will never amount to much. She had a nonchalant expression on her face. It was as if the defense outside the hall had given her an indestructible defense. I advise you to go back. Don't struggle pointlessly, the girl said indifferently. Su-yu swung the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations in his hand. When the fused light struck the defensive array, it merely left behind countless ripples. There was no sign of it being successfully broken. The girl shook her head and sighed softly. You have no self-awareness. I really don't know how you got to where you are today. It's all luck, isn't it? Her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. I was wondering why the ancient god would choose a person like you as his successor. Su-yu silently put away the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations and said indifferently, If you dare to say that when my holy body is opened, I will believe you. The girl snorted. The real strong will not mention the glory of the past. Only incompetent weaklings like you will keep living in the past. Su-yu, who had lost his holy body, was nothing in her eyes. Su-yu nodded lightly. You misunderstood me. I mean now. An old oil lamp slowly appeared on top of his head. A layer of 9-colored light flowed out of his body. In the blink of an eye, Su-yu turned into a golden-haired, 9-colored figure. The terrifying aura that shook the void came crashing down with the momentum of the wind and clouds. Staring at the holy body that suddenly appeared, the girl's face stiffened little by little. Her pupils dilated little by little, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Aren't you unable to use the holy body anymore? The girl's lips trembled. It was as if she was playing with a dying tiger and suddenly realized that the tiger was actually pretending. In fact, it was intact, and she was right under the tiger's claws and teeth. Su-yu touched the formation with the tip of his foot, and the dense 9-colored energy under his foot easily shattered the formation, revealing a huge gap. Su-yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and slowly landed in front of the girl. Can you repeat what you just said to me again? Su-yu stared at her calmly. The girl trembled all over, and with a scream, she immediately shrank back into the hall. Then, she tried to close the door of the hall. However, before she could close it, a 9-colored energy blocked the giant door, preventing it from closing. The girl's scalp went numb, and she ran for her life. The outer layer of defense was set up by the ancient god Jilong himself. According to what he had said, apart from him, no one should be able to break through the void at this moment. However, Su-yu had broken it. The terror of the holy body was far beyond her expectations. How could she know that after Su-yu's heart was replaced, he had been reborn? The holy body was already at the lower level. It was far beyond what it had been in the past. Clang! The giant door was pushed open by the tyrannical force, and the girl was scared out of her wits. She fled all the way to the side hall in the depths of the hall. Here, several people with dragon patterns on their bodies gathered together to exchange martial arts. Because of the previous defense formation, many movements in the heavenly court, including the overthrow of the heavenly court, were unknown to them. At this moment, they were still focused on their discussion. The 9 Dragons' heart art passed down by the ancestors is really extraordinary. In just a few months, I can more smoothly mobilize the power of the bloodline in my body, an older descendant of the ancient god said with emotion. Yes, a single lesson from the ancient god is far better than 1,000 years of hard work. If that Su-yu comes again, I will probably be able to fight him. Haha, What's so great about Suyu? Isn't he just relying on a sickle and some secret techniques of the heavenly book? He didn't come to our ancient god, Julong Mountain. If he had, I would have killed him on the spot. That's right. It's the descendants of the other 8 mountains who are too incompetent. They were suppressed by a fake successor. What a disgrace to the descendants of the ancient gods. After a few months, it was still difficult for them to forget the scene of Su Yu suppressing the heavenly court and intimidating many descendants. Chapter 2775. Exactly. Look, no matter how fierce Su Yu was, he didn't dare to come to our Julong ancient god mountain. He probably knows that the descendants of ancient god Nine Dragon are extremely powerful and doesn't dare to provoke us. The 4 descendants were talking shamelessly. The girl hurriedly ran in, her face as pale as wax. Long Rue, why are you so flustered? This is disgraceful. The older ancient god descendant reprimanded. The girl's name was Long Rue. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said anxiously, Quickly go and find the ancestor. Sage Su is knocking on our door again. The expressions of the 4 descendants changed, but they immediately calmed down. He still has the guts to come? To be honest, even I admire his courage. A descendant said disapprovingly. The elder descendant's eyes were also filled with calmness. Long Rue, you must remain calm. So what if Suyu came? He won't be able to do anything. Long Rue was so anxious that she couldn't catch her breath. Sacred physique, Su has already led the living beings of the remnant realms to occupy the celestial heavens. What? Only then did the expressions of the 4 ancient god descendants change. Long Rue, you must be joking. Not only do our heavenly court have many cultivators preparing for war, but we also have many puppets of the master of the heavenly law. How could we be occupied? Someone said in disbelief. Long Rue looked even more anxious. Why would I lie to you? The only thing left is our ancient god Nine Dragons Mountain. The 4 descendants of the ancient gods slowly stood up, their faces filled with uneasiness. There's no need to worry too much. An ancient god descendant said calmly, surnamed Su dares to ascend our ancient god Nine Dragon Mountain. Hearing this, the descendants calmed down again. Isn't that right? Last time, when ancient god Nine Dragon wasn't here, he didn't even have the guts to ascend our ancient god Nine Dragon Mountain. Now that ancient god Nine Dragon is here, even if you gave him 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare to take a single step. Long Rue was extremely anxious. He's already here. What? Everyone was completely shocked. He ascended our ancient divine Dragon Mountain? How dare he? Everyone, there's no need to panic. Ancient god Nine Dragon personally laid down the defenses, so what if he comes? When the ancient god finishes his business, it will be the day of his death. That's true. Long Rue, don't scare yourself to death. With that, the 4 descendants of the ancient gods sat down again. Long Rue stomped her feet anxiously. All right, you guys stay, I'll go. She flashed to a corner of the side hall. There was a teleportation array there. She immediately jumped onto it and activated it. His expression was one of extreme panic. The 4 descendants of the ancient gods looked at each other and finally realized that something was wrong. Long Rue, don't tell me you're telling me that the one surnamed Su came in. The elderly ancient gods descendant stood up and guessed. Long Rue turned around and was about to reply to them. Suddenly his pupils constricted and his face paled. This was because Su Yu was slowly walking out of the side palace's entrance. At this moment, he had already restrained his sacred body. Seeing that indifferent face, Long Rue screamed and immediately activated the array formation to escape. The 4 descendants of the ancient gods followed his gaze and looked at the door. When they noticed Su Yu, their expressions changed drastically. Surname Su. No, Sage Su. How did he get in? Their faces were filled with terror. Where was the slightest bit of arrogance from before? Run. This was the only thought in their minds. The group of people immediately fled, frantically, towards the teleportation array. Wait for us. Regardless of whether it was the elder or the arrogant descendant, they all shouted anxiously. However, how could Long Rue dare to wait for them? She immediately activated the array and teleported away. When the 4 descendants of the ancient gods arrived, the space array had already cooled down. The 4 of them jumped onto the array and immediately activated it. However, how could they make it in time? Suyu walked over step by step. As he gradually approached, the 4 descendants of the ancient gods were extremely terrified. Sage Su, this is the ancient god Jilong Mountain, and we are all descendants of the ancient god Jilong. You'd better think carefully about what you want to do, the young descendant of the ancient god said. Su Yu's face was indifferent as he said, slowly, think carefully? When you captured my wife, did you think carefully? No. They felt that everything was reasonable. In their eyes, Su Yu and Qin Xianer were just like ants. What could they do to them? Sage Su, this is not the point. The point is, we are the descendants of the ancient god Jilong. You'd better think carefully about what you want to do to us. The young descendant of the ancient god asked in fear. Su Yu shook his head, coldly. I really have nothing to say to you. At this moment, they still felt that Su Yu was in the wrong. They did not feel that they had a deep hatred for him for capturing his wife. Su Yu no longer wanted to say anything to them. With a wave of his palm, the great scythe of 10,000 calamity appeared and swept towards them. The 4 descendants of the ancient gods' faces changed dramatically as they screamed in horror. Fortunately, with the delay of the young descendant of the ancient god, they had successfully activated the space array. At the critical moment, the array was finally activated. With a soft sound, a light flashed and they were teleported away. In the deepest part of the mountain, in a secret place, Long Rue, who had narrowly escaped death, jumped out of the transportation array. Her pretty face was covered in cold sweat. Her chest rose and fell, showing the turmoil in her heart. Phew, that was close. Long Rue let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking of Su Yu's divine body, her whole body could not help but tremble, and her mind was in a mess. We all miscalculated. Sage Su did not lose the qualification to activate the divine body. He was just hiding it all along. Thinking of this, Long Rue's heart was filled with fear and regret. If she was given another chance, she swore that she would definitely stay far away from his wife, Qin Xianer. She would not even touch a hair on her. Now, Su Yu bore a grudge against her. Fortunately, she had finally escaped to the underground. The ancient god Jilong was inside. With his protection, she should be able to escape this crisis. Creak! Suddenly, the space array was activated. Long Rue was shocked and hurriedly fled. But when she saw the figures teleported out of the array, she let out a long sigh of relief. It was the 4 descendants of the ancient gods. Plop! However, the 4 descendants of the ancient gods fell to the ground one after another. Their heads rolled to Long Rue's feet like watermelons. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been swallowed by something. Long Rue's scalp went numb. Not daring to stay any longer, she turned and fled. Swish, swish! Among the 4 headless corpses of the descendants of the ancient gods, the souls of the 4 descendants of the ancient gods rushed out. They were the descendants of the ancient god Jilong, who were naturally proficient in some areas and could protect their souls. Hence, each person and 4 souls fled for their lives. Before they could get far, they heard the space array behind them activate again. Turning around, they saw Su Yu holding the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, teleporting over. At this moment, the 4 of them hated that they did not have an extra pair of legs as they fled in terror. Su Yu followed behind them unhurriedly. If he had attacked, the 5 of them would have been dead long ago. they would not have been able to escape underground. The reason why he had held back was because he wanted to find the ancient god Jilong through them. Chapter 2776. He chased after them unhurriedly. Finally, deep underground, there was nowhere to run. In a spacious underground hall, he saw a few descendants of the ancient gods who had escaped to this place. He had met ancient god Nine-Dragon. In the center of the hall, there was a place that looked like an altar. Several shining formations overlapped and floated up and down, illuminating the gloomy basement with colorful light. Ancient god Nine-Dragons was on the altar. Qin Xianer was unconscious, lying quietly on the altar. The surface of its body flickered with the heavenly book's characters. Ancient god Nine-Dragons gathered 8 origin domains in his palm, but when they got close to Qin Xianer, they were immediately repelled by the heavenly book characters. He couldn't do anything to it at all. These were the words of the heavenly books. This was what Suyu had done to Qin Xianer before he went to the heavenly court. It was the strongest defense he had learned from the Tome of Darkness. Trying to break it with brute force was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was the reason why Suyu wasn't too anxious. Qin Xianer might have been knocked unconscious by Long Rui, but it would be very difficult to hurt her. From the looks of it, even ancient god Nine-Dragon would find it extremely difficult to unravel the heavenly tome characters without harming Qin Xianer's body. Seeing Suyu approaching, the souls of Long Rui and the 4 descendants of the ancient gods were scared out of their wits. "Ancestor, save me!" Their exclamations finally reached the top of the altar. Only then did ancient god Nine-Dragon stop and turn his head. When he saw Suyu, he ordered nonchalantly, "You were the one who inscribed the heavenly book on her, weren't you? Untie it." His tone made it seem as if Suyu was his slave. Suyu's face was full of coldness, and he said indifferently, "All right." Seeing that Suyu had submitted, Long Rui and the rest of them calmed down. After all, how could Suyu dare to act rashly in front of the ancient god Jilong? Didn't he still have to be a coward and obediently listen to orders? Shua, Suyu was walking over. Moreover, he had used the Yuan-level space domain to arrive in front of the soul of an ancient god's descendant in a single step. He grabbed the top of his head with one hand. Ancient god Nine-Dragon slightly frowned. "Let go." "Pa!" Suyu exerted a slight force in his hand, and his soul was destroyed on the spot. Long Rui and the 3 souls screamed and ran towards the altar in fear. However, the altar was isolated by several formations, so they couldn't escape. "Ancestor, save us! Save us!" The remaining 4 begged anxiously. Ancient god Nine-Dragons, eyes chilled. "I told you to let go." In other words, "How dare you disobey my orders?" Suyu clapped his hands and said calmly, "I let go. It's just that I didn't control my strength well enough." Ancient god Jilong looked at Suyu coldly. "Kneel down." "Fine, kneel." Suyu nodded and took a step forward. It seemed like a simple step, but he crossed it in the blink of an eye. He then grabbed the soul of an ancient god's descendant and pressed him to the ground. He said indifferently, "Your ancestor told you to kneel. Didn't you hear him?" With a single press, the soul was crushed on the spot. After killing 2 descendants of the ancient god Jilong in a row, the latter was finally enraged. "Suyu, you are provoking me." With a wave of his hand, the formation stopped temporarily. Long Rui and the other 2 souls were overjoyed and immediately flashed inside. However, he had yet to enter. Suyu's eyes emitted a threatening soul light that flashed for an instant. With 2 consecutive miserable screams, the souls of the 2 descendants of the ancient gods vanished into thin air. Only Long Rui managed to escape with half of her body inside. However, only half of her body escaped, because Suyu had already arrived and grabbed her by the shoulder with one hand. "Come out." He grabbed Long Rui, who was screaming in despair, and grabbed her by the neck. Ancient god Jilong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he shouted mightily, "Let go!" Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He squeezed hard and crushed Long Rue on the spot. Both her body and soul were crushed together. Among the many descendants of the ancient gods, he hated Long Rue the most. Her death was not to be regretted. Ancient god Jilong was furious. He grabbed the air. Resurrection. The light of life enveloped the surroundings. With the last breath of the descendants of the ancient gods, they were resurrected from the dead. The bodies of the 5 descendants of the ancient gods were reconstructed. However, at the moment of success, Su Yu's face turned cold. Resurrection. The same Yuan-level life domain erupted. The 2 life domains of the same level collided. The effect was not superimposed, but chaotic. The descendants of the ancient gods, who were about to be resurrected, were immediately crushed by the chaotic life domain. Moreover, the last whiff of their breath dissipated. Even if they wanted to be resurrected, there was no way for them to be completely destroyed. "Did you ask for my permission to be resurrected?" Su Yu said coldly. Ancient god Jilong raised his head, his eyes burning with anger. "Su Yu, I regret it. I regret it. Why did I let you go?" He took a step forward. The formation around the sacrificial altar was completely activated. Ancient god Jilong stepped down, surrounded by 8 dragon souls. Each of them represented an elemental level domain. Su Yu said calmly, "You regret it." Shouldn't he be regretting arresting his beloved wife? From the top to the bottom of the heavenly court, from the ancient gods to the descendants, no one felt that they were wrong. Su Yu was wrong. It was Su Yu who was ungrateful and ungrateful. That was why he was in this state of karma. Ancient god Jilong sighed deeply. "How could the Rin ancestor be related to you?" Su Yu was not afraid. He walked up the stairs slowly and said coldly, "Yes, which eye of the Rin ancestor was blind to help you forge the divine 9-dragon cauldron?" Their eyes met, exuding intense murderous intent. Ancient god Jilong shook his head. "Stubborn. I have no choice but to clean up the mess for the Rin ancestor." Roar. The 8 essence, grade domain dragons around him roared as they charged over. 8 Yuan-level domains were unleashed by ancient god Jilong. How terrifying was their power! Even the 8 great masters would have to retreat if they were here. However, Su Yu stood where he was, motionless. Only when the Yuan-level domains bombarded him did a layer of 9-colored light slowly condense on the surface of his body. The 8 domain dragons rushed over, but they were firmly blocked by the 9-colored light, unable to approach his body in the slightest. Ancient god Jilong stopped and stared at the layer of 9-colored light, his face full of surprise. "Holy body, you." He raised his eyes and looked at Su Yu. For the first time, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. Very surprising, right? Su Yu was completely disappointed. Ancient god Jilong obviously knew that Su Yu had the holy body of the human race. He also knew that Su Yu had lost the right to have the holy body. That was why he was unscrupulous and regarded Su Yu as a lowly ant. Now that he realized that Su Yu's holy body was still there, he looked at Su Yu seriously for the first time. Ancient god Jilong had revered this ancient god Jilong for 200 years. The look in ancient god Jilong's eyes changed. Finally, he restrained the murderous intent in his eyes and said, "I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. The spouse you chose is the reincarnation body chosen by the ancient god Geo. I hope you understand." This was probably the first time ancient god Jilong had explained himself, even though his explanation was laughable. Chapter 2777. Forgive my ass. Su Yu cursed, which was rare for him. The 9-colored light shone brightly, turning into a sharp arrow that pierced through. Ancient god Jilong frowned slightly and said indifferently, "I'm being polite to you because of your human, sacred body. Don't think too highly of yourself. Ancient god Jilong stretched out his palm and pinched Su Yu's wrist with 2 fingers. He easily clamped Su Yu's wrist. No matter how much Su Yu used his sacred body, he couldn't break free. Ancient god Jilong casually flung Su Yu into the wall, causing him to slam against it. Su Yu slid down, his whole body aching. Even the 9-colored power on the surface of his body was weakened. Was this the real strength of ancient god Jilong? Even with the full power of the human sacred body, he couldn't compare to 2 fingers? No. How could Su Yu admit it? How could he accept it? Seeing Su Yu's murderous intent, ancient god Jilong stood on the stairs with pity in his eyes. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me with the lower-level, sacred body of the human race. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you like a dog. Ancient god Jilong waved his hand and said, "Get lost. I'll let you go again." For the sake of the sacred body of the human race, he turned around again, walked up the stairs, and came in front of Qin Xianer. His powerful domain power penetrated the heavenly book's defense bit by bit. The defense was slowly peeling away. It was only a matter of time before it was broken. Ancient god Jilong. Su Yu clenched his teeth, 9-colored blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Do you think I'm an ant that you can bully at will? He opened his mouth and spat out 3 drops of blood. He spat out 3 drops of blood. It was the blood of the 9-tailed Tianzi. With this blood, Su Yu had activated the state of the sacred body. However, his strongest state of the sacred body did not rely on the blood of the 9-tailed Tianzi. It was his own heart. After spitting out the blood, he became a human again. Ancient god Jilong didn't even look at it. He silently resolved the heavenly book's words, until a soft thump was heard. It was the sound of a beating heart, but it was extraordinarily powerful. It was like a heavy hammer hitting a war drum. Ancient god Jilong raised his head and looked. There was a strange look in his eyes. This heart is... A pitch-black heart could be seen on Su Yu's chest, and it was beating unceasingly, emitting ripples that were almost tangible. The ripples spread in all directions. Rich, primordial qi was produced wherever it passed. Sacred mountains, son of heaven's heart? Ancient god Jilong looked at Su Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. The body of the mortal saint body, the heart of the stone embryo son of heaven. What exactly are you? The sacred body of the mortal body and the stone-birth son of heaven were existences that opposed each other. It had been like that since absolute beginning existed. The 2 of them were natural enemies. So, why did both of them fuse together in Su Yu's body? Bang! The 9-colored energy on Su Yu's body was no longer flowing on the surface of his body. Instead, it was like a 1,000-zhang tall flame that suddenly exploded, illuminating the entire underground cave. From afar, Su Yu looked like an emperor of 9-colored flames. A hint of seriousness appeared on ancient god 9 Dragon's face for the first time, but he did not take it to heart. Although I don't quite understand what's going on, it's still a lesser human saint body. There's nothing to worry about. He flicked his finger. A mighty power that far surpassed that of the 9 dragon souls swept over like a torrential storm. If he had been in his previous state, he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Because this was a slightly more serious attack from ancient god 9 Dragon. Su Yu stepped onto the stairs again. Ancient god 9 Dragon's finger flicked over, but it was burned into nothingness by the turbulent leak flames. Ancient god 9 Dragon straightened his body slightly and said, "Interesting. It seems like your lesser human saint body is slightly more powerful than other people's lesser human saint bodies." His face was expressionless as he grabbed at Su Yu with one hand. His 5 fingers turned into 5 ferocious giant dragons that intertwined and crushed toward Su Yu. Rumble! The massive destruction caused the underground ruins to collapse on the spot, and the walls of the heavenly court were shattered, revealing the nothingness of the outside world. Only the altar was intact. Ancient god 9 Dragon once again dispelled the words of the heavenly book. After many days of continuous effort, the words of the heavenly book had already begun to show signs of loosening. Now it was just speeding up the disintegration. Once that happened, ancient god Nine Dragon would initiate the ancient god Jiu's reincarnation ritual. At that time, Qin Xianer would no longer exist in this world. There would only be ancient god Jiu. Bang! However, right at that moment, a pile of ruins suddenly exploded and shot into the sky. A person stood up from the ruins. It was Su Yu who was buried there. Not only was the nine-colored power in his body not extinguished, but it grew stronger and stronger as his heart beat faster. The faster the emperor's heart beat, the more the emperor's blood would fuse into Su Yu's body. And the longer Su Yu maintained the state of the mortal saint body, the greater the pressure on his heart and the faster it would beat. Therefore, the more time passed, the stronger Su Yu would be, but the more dangerous it would be. Perhaps before the enemy was destroyed, his heart would be destroyed and he would die first. Break! Su Yu punched through the air. All of a sudden, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The interior of the heavenly court couldn't contain this nine-colored power. The threatening nine-colored light penetrated his body and shot in all directions of the nothingness. The dim yellow doomsday was covered by the nine-colored light. The nothingness was also shrouded by the nine-colored light, illuminating countless islands and reefs hidden deep in the nothingness. The great human saint body. It should be great accomplishment. The human saint body has been extinct for a long time. How could there be a great accomplishment existence? On an island, a cold-looking woman in a long black dress sat cross-legged. She held a long black sword in her hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. Black lotus flowers bloomed all over her body. When the nine-colored light shone, she slowly opened her eyes. In her eye sockets, the lotus flowers bloomed. The human saint body is a junior brother? The woman in the black dress murmured. After a moment of silence, she stood up with the sword in her hand. She turned into a long rainbow and sped away. Outside the realm of an 8-star civilization, Lu Zhu was feeding the light divine deer when the nine-colored light suddenly pierced through. He stood up with a solemn expression and looked into the distance. The human saint body is about to be great accomplishment? Is it Su Yu? Lu Zhu was uncertain. He pinched his fingers and calculated, his face grave. It's much earlier than expected. It seems that I have to inform that old guy to come out. He touched the forehead of the light divine deer and took out a scroll. There was an ancient wizard tribe word on it. I can only ask that old man to come out. He bit his finger and blood dyed the scroll red. At the same time, in the cold depths of the nothingness, it was a place where even the light of the holy mountain couldn't reach. An incomparably imposing giant was standing on a broken island. On that island, there were several tombstones. Most of the tombstones had been broken, and only one tombstone that was 1,000 feet tall still stood majestically. The tombstone was densely covered with cracks, as if it had been damaged by some forbidden power. One could only vaguely see the words carved on it. Chapter 2778. The human ancestor stood in front of the tombstone, silent for a long time. In the past, the 9 ancestors shouldered the hopes of the world and fought with their backs to the wall, fighting on the sacred mountain. Unfortunately, they let down the countless creatures who sacrificed themselves. The 9 ancestors perished, wiped out. In front of him was a cenotaph built by an unknown person. It was filled with empty graves. However, the 9 ancestors were all buried. Why were there only 8 cenotaphs? Among them were the human ancestor, the dragon ancestor, the Tianshu ancestor, and so on. Only one ancestor was missing. The human ancestor gently touched the tombstone of the Tianshu ancestor and let out a silent sigh. In the desolate twilight, the giant's lonely sigh, like a helpless whisper echoing throughout the era. At this moment, the 9-colored light blotted out the sky and the sun, enveloping the pitch-black corner. The human ancestor raised his head. His empty eyes flickered with the ripples of flames. A low sigh came from his throat. "My clan!" Then he turned around and took a step forward, leaving the lonely island. At the same time, beneath the heavenly court, Su Yu's nine-colored light, imbued with the quasi-first-rate holy body, bombarded forward. Crack! The formations on the sacrificial altar were all shattered. However, ancient god Jilong was abnormally calm, his expression indifferent. You have no idea what it means to have a living ancient god. From the beginning until now, Su Yu had obtained many items related to the ancient gods. He had even obtained their sacred artifacts before. However, those could not compare to a living ancient god. Ancient god Jilong stretched out his palm and lightly blocked the attack. The nine-colored light was completely blocked, unable to break through ancient god Nine Dragon's defense in the slightest. Can't even withstand a single blow. Ancient god Jilong turned around expressionlessly. He allowed the nine-colored light to bombard him, but it was all blocked by the surface of his body. It could not harm him at all. He lowered his head and continued to bombard the heavenly book characters as if there was no one else around. There was a series of crisp sounds. An obvious crack finally appeared on the heavenly book characters. Ancient god Jilong used this crack to further expand the heavenly book characters before completely tearing them apart. The heavenly book characters dissipated. The sacrificial altar sensed this and began to move. Rays of light gushed out from beneath the altar and penetrated Qin Xian'er's body. The bloodline in his body started to boil at an alarming rate. Furthermore, there was a faint, unfamiliar aura being emitted from his body. It was an exceptionally cold and gloomy aura. It was as if it had come from the 9 serenities of hell. Su Yu was no stranger to this. That was ancient god Nine Nether. Su Yu was anxious, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The heart of an emperor was beating even more violently. Bang, bang! One could even faintly hear the sound of his heart beating wildly. The 9-colored energy was completely unleashed. The power was no longer of 9 colors. There was also a blood-red color in it. An additional color signified a qualitative change. It was a kind of qualitative change in the state of the great accomplishment Saint Physique. Die. Su Yu's body turned into a sharp arrow as he took a step forward. Sensing the change behind him, ancient god Nine Dragon turned around, his pupils constricting slightly. Great completion, Saint Physique? What was going on? In the current era, it was impossible for a great perfection, Saint Physique, to appear. Why is Su Yu's holy body so strange? Why is it getting stronger again and again? So much so that he could attain the great accomplishment, Saint Physique? Seeing Su Yu's attack, ancient god Nine Dragon was not afraid at all. He weaved his hands together. 8 dragon souls gushed out from behind him and coiled together to form a cauldron. It vaguely looked like the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Suppress and destroy evil. The cauldron flew rapidly. It was many times more powerful than the palm he had just struck out. However, Su Yu simply grabbed the spinning cauldron with his palm. Then he clenched it with force. Crack! The cauldron was easily crushed. Ancient god Nine Dragon was affected. His body trembled and his eyes were grave. Saint Physique Su, are you really going to make an enemy of me, ancient god Nine Dragon, for the body of a woman? Without saying a word, Su Yu stepped forward to kill him. Ancient god Nine Dragon's eyes turned cold. Fine. I showed you mercy just now. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for erasing your Saint Physique. So what if he had a great perfection Saint Physique? He was the dignified ancient god Nine Dragon. What was there to be afraid of? Swish! He slapped the top of his head and pulled out a sword from the top of his head. It was a blood-stained sword. The blood on it was the Emperor's blood. Only the Emperor can kill a Saint Physique. ancient god Nine-Dragon murmured. "This sword is stained with the Emperor's blood. It will be easy to kill you." With a wave of his wrist, the blood sword swept across. It drew a path that made one's blood boil. It was as if there were shadows of stone statues within the tracks. Suyu did not dodge. He just grabbed at the air. A long sword of 10 colors appeared in his palm. "You are not qualified." Suyu grabbed the sword and moved forward. The long sword was dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail of sparks behind it. Then the sword slashed forward. The piercingly cold sword energy looked down on everything in its path. The two collided in the air and eliminated each other. But Suyu's killing intent did not stop there. The long sword in his hand pierced through the air. Ancient god Nine-Dragon blocked with his sword in front of his chest, his brows slightly furrowed. Ding! The long sword of 10 colors was blocked, unable to advance an inch. Ancient god Nine-Dragon looked at Qin Xianer. At this moment, the aura of the ancient god Geo in her body was getting stronger and stronger. With a hint of relief on his face, he said lightly, "Holy body, don't waste your energy. The return of the ancient god Geo is the will of heaven." Before he could finish speaking, all of a sudden he heard a crisp sound. The long sword stained with blood in front of his chest had cracked. He looked at the long sword in Suyu's hand. The black light inside had doubled in thickness, occupying half of the colors, and the surface of Suyu's body began to change strangely. A layer of faintly discernible gray color began to appear on the surface of his body. It was petrification. His body began to turn into stone. Petrification, just like the son of heaven. Crack! The long sword in front of ancient god Nine-Dragon's chest shattered, and the long sword stabbed into his body. Clang! However, the toughness of ancient god Nine-Dragon's body was beyond imagination. Suyu had used his holy body to such an extent, but he still could not do anything to ancient god Nine-Dragon. The corners of the latter's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Finally feeling despair, "I told you. You know nothing about living ancient gods." His body had been soaked in the Tao abyss. It had long since surpassed the scope of harm in this world. In this world, there were only a few people who could harm her. Unfortunately, Suyu was not one of them. Suyu's eyes were cold, and for some reason he felt a little violent, as if he had gone berserk. Strands of strange, pitch-black color appeared in his long golden hair. Those long black hair seemed to be burning. Is that so? His heart raced, about to reach the limit of what he could bear. At this moment, the majority of the long sword of 10 colors had turned black. Puff! The cold tip of the sword broke through ancient god Nine-Dragon's ancient god body and stabbed into his body. A deep, intense pain stabbed into ancient god Nine-Dragon's soul. Chapter 2779. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt pain. Now, the intense pain was coming at him with great force. He looked at the colorful blood of the ancient god flowing out of his chest with a startled expression. When he came to his senses, he was filled with rage. "Get lost!" Ancient god, Jilong bellowed. It was as if a volcano had erupted from the wound, and boundless ancient god power gushed out from it. Indistinctly, the mad roars of countless creatures could be heard. It turned into a destructive shockwave that swept out. In an instant, the sword that had pierced into his body was shaken out. At the same time, the shock wave did not slow down and headed straight for Suyu. Suyu gripped the sword with both hands and swept it forward. All of a sudden, the sword drew a pitch-black arc and split the shock wave in two. The shock wave brushed past Suyu's body. In an instant, it pierced through the mountain wall and the giant ship of the heavenly court. Two ferocious cracks were clearly visible. Endless nothingness took the opportunity to pour into the cracks and wreak havoc inside the heavenly court. The heavenly court's warship sank slowly. The two had only just exchanged blows, but the heavenly court's warship was already on the verge of being destroyed. Ancient god Jilong was enraged. I should have strangled you back then. He finally got serious. He wiped his chest with one hand and healed his injury. At the same time, he weaved signs with both hands. The 8 yuan-based domains circled around him, forming an 8-colored mirror. You have successfully angered me. Ancient God, Jilong pointed at the air. The mirror faced Suyu and reflected his figure in it. Suyu, who was in the mirror, smiled strangely. He raised the black sword in his hand and cut his own head. Real world. Suyu was slightly shocked. He was no stranger to the real world. Anyone who controlled the real world could become the supreme existence of that world. However, ancient God Jilong's real world was not perfect enough. It was between the half-real world and the real world. But even so, it still possessed unimaginable power. One of them was creation. By including Suyu's figure in it, he could manipulate the Suyu in the mirror to influence the Suyu in reality. Suyu's palm began to shake uncontrollably. Following his reflection in the mirror, he raised the sword and placed it on his own neck. Suyu's eyes were filled with an astonishing willpower as he resisted tenaciously. Only then did he manage to gain control of the sword and slowly put it down. Ancient God Nine Dragon snorted and made a grabbing motion, gathering up the ancient god blood and sprinkling it over the mirror. Instantly, the 8-colored light in the mirror became more intense than ever. The control that Suyu had taken back with great difficulty was immediately lost. He raised his arm at an astonishing speed and quickly slashed at his own neck. At this critical moment, the small Kylin, which had been silent for a long time, sensed that Suyu was in danger, so it immediately came out of the spatial storage device. He used his own body to slam into the 8-colored mirror. He tried to knock the mirror off course. This might help Suyu break free from the mirror's control. But in front of ancient God Nine Dragon, how difficult would it be for the little Qilin to succeed? With a flick of his finger, the little Kylin was forced to retreat. But the little Qilin was unwilling. With blood at the corners of his mouth, he charged forward once again, vowing to save Suyu with his life. "Ignorant fool!" ancient God Nine Dragon indifferently said. A beam of light formed by the fusion of the 8 elemental domains shot out from his eyes. It struck the little Kylin's body with a loud bang. A miserable groan was heard. The little Kylin turned into a cloud of mist on the spot. Its breath of life was rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was dead. The little Kylin that had accompanied Suyu since the Jojo continent. Dead just like that. Suyu's pupils gradually dilated. He could not believe the scene before him. His mind was completely blank. So much so that he did not even realize that there were many more burning black strands of hair in his hair. His body had also undergone a drastic change. Half of it was shining with 9-colored light. The other half was petrified. The other half was the stone flower of the heavenly son of stone. The long sword in his hand had turned completely pitch black. At this moment, Suyu seemed to have become a completely different person. Ancient God Nine Dragon frowned slightly. Half mortal body, half stone body of the heavenly son of stone? Ancient God Nine Dragon had seen many things, but he had never seen such a scene. He had never heard of anyone being able to successfully fuse 2 great constitutions. Looking at the unprecedented fusion form, ancient God Nine Dragon did not know why, but he felt a little uneasy. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Was he being too ruthless? However, it was too late for regrets. When Suyu's eyes regained focus, his eyes were also dyed with a strange black color. It was as if he had lost his pupils. At first glance, how could he still be considered human? Ah! Suyu roared at the sky. The arm that was being controlled suddenly stopped moving. At this moment, the entire mirror suddenly shattered into pieces and completely shattered. Caught off guard, ancient God Nine Dragon was blown back by the explosion. His face was filled with shock. It could shatter his real world? How was this possible? In his shock, Su Yu's burning black hair danced wildly in the wind. His pitch-black eyes shone with a devouring light. The peerless black sword in his hand pierced forward with a force that could shake the heavens. At this moment, ancient god Nine Dragon finally felt the fear of the one-faced, heavenly son of stone. That was the fear of death. His mind trembled. He weaved seals one after another, and the dragon's soul, Yuan level realm, and various other defenses appeared in front of him. However, within the black thunderbolt of the sword, it shattered completely. The cold sword pierced mercilessly into ancient god Nine Dragon's body, like a rainbow. Moreover, it pierced through him from front to back. Wah! Ancient god Nine Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yu seemed to have gone mad. Not only did he not stop, but he also stabbed forward fiercely, causing ancient god Nine Dragon to retreat and be deeply nailed to the stone wall. Die! Su Yu bellowed. The black sword danced wildly, bursting with thousands of sword energies. Ancient god Nine Dragon was about to be killed. At this moment of life and death, ancient god Nine Dragon flew into a rage. That's enough! He put his palms together, and a series of explosions rang out from his body. Looking closely, a bloody mist gushed out from his back. Beneath the mist of blood, a clear seal could be seen. It had been shattered. It turned out that there had always been a seal under ancient god Nine Dragon skin. That seal was used to suppress one's own strength. Everyone who left the Tao abyss would consciously suppress their cultivation, because if too much power leaked out, it would attract a nightmarish existence. At this moment, in the face of Su Yu's frenzied attacks, ancient god Nine Dragon had no choice but to remove the seal and reveal his true self. The fusion of the human clan's divine body and the divine mortal body? Humph, what is this? Ancient god Nine Dragon grabbed the blade of the black sword with one hand. Then he slowly removed it from his body. Su Yu tried to press the black sword down and split it in two. However, ancient god Nine Dragon seemed to have become a completely different person. The ancient god power was twice as strong as before. Chapter 2780. Get lost! Ancient god Julong swung the black sword with all his might, but at that moment Su Yu growled, "Future incarnation!" Boom! The world rumbled. The mountain where ancient god Julong stood was split apart by a powerful black light, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. It revealed Su Yu and ancient god Julong, who were in a stalemate. Su Yu looked up, his pupils constricting slightly. He saw a black-haired, black-eyed being who was half son of heaven and half saint body. He held a giant sword burning with black flames as he stood majestically in the sky. The future incarnation knew how to use the son of heaven's heart better than Su Yu himself. Moreover, he had reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! The future incarnation was brimming with murderous intent as he crazily teleported forward. A black sword pierced through ancient god Julong's back. Wah! Ancient god Julong, who was just about to pull out Su Yu's black sword, suffered unprecedented damage. His hands loosened, and Su Yu's black sword returned. The two black swords crisscrossed, piercing through ancient god Julong. Then the two Su Yu waved their swords at the same time. Blood rained down. Ancient god Julong had been shattered. The blood rained down on the two of them, making them look like they were made of blood. It was finally over. Su Yu's main body took a few deep breaths. His remaining rationality allowed him to slowly calm down. Had ancient god Julong really been killed? What was with the seal on his back? He looked around and suddenly discovered that the seal was quietly absorbing the flesh and blood on the ground. Humph! Su Yu's black sword slashed down. Even an ancient god could be killed with a single strike. However, the seal merely created a spark before it continued to absorb flesh and blood as if nothing had happened. Su Yu finally became serious and joined forces with the future incarnation. The two swords slashed down on the seal, causing it to tremble violently. A trace of black blood flowed out of the seal. At the same time, an extremely ancient and terrifying aura appeared. To be able to destroy a drop of my blood, Suyu, I have underestimated you. That voice belonged to ancient god Jilong, but it was 10,000 times more terrifying than ancient god Jilong. Just hearing that voice made the oil lamp above Suyu and the future incarnation flicker, as if it was about to be extinguished. The two of them were like lowly fireflies in front of that aura. It could be destroyed at any time. Suyu's pupils shrank. A drop of blood! Had they been fighting against a single drop of ancient god Jilong's blood? How was that possible? Suyu had fused the holy mortal body and the stone embryo son of heaven, and his combat power had reached the peak of perfection. No one was able to contend against it even after it passed through the void several times. How could it be? Just a drop of blood? You'd better pray to stay away from the Tao abyss forever. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. With that, the seal began to burn. Even the flesh and blood that he had absorbed dissipated. The remaining flesh and blood that he couldn't absorb in time were instantly burned into a bloody mist by those flames. To prevent future troubles, Suyu tried to destroy the blood fog. Who knew that before he could make a move? The blood mist suddenly merged into Qin Xian'er's body. Qin Xian'er was releasing the aura of an ancient god of the Nine Nether. He abruptly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a dim yellow light of the Nine Nether. An incomparably tyrannical power erupted from his body. The strength of this energy was far inferior to ancient god Nine Dragons, but it was still extremely terrifying. You're finally awake. Qin Xian'er's body stood up straight. She looked at her own body, a little dissatisfied. Why is it a little girl? I've even given birth to a child. The voice was still Qin Xian'er's, but the person was no longer her. Suyu looked over, his heart sinking. Who are you? Suyu clung to the last shred of hope in his heart. Qin Xian'er turned around and looked at Suyu and his future incarnation. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. You are the husband of this body, aren't you? Suyu's heart sank. Qin Xian'er was no longer here. Her body had been completely taken over. Suyu gripped the black sword tightly, his heart filled with despair. He had lost the little Kailin and the only wife he wanted to protect. What did he have left? Nothing at all? How pitiful. Before that little girl's soul was obliterated, she was begging me not to hurt you. The ancient god of the Nine Nether had a faint smile on his face. A pair of sharp eyes penetrated Suyu's emotional fluctuations. Black liquid dripped from Suyu's eyes. They were tears. He could imagine the scene before Qin Xian'er's soul was obliterated. That silly girl. She must be thinking about him. Even in death, she was thinking about him. She was begging the enemy to spare his life. As he thought of this, even his heart ached. It was as if his heart was bleeding. Drop after drop. It dyed his dead heart red. Qin Xian'er was gone. His heart was dead. He had no more worries in the world. No more fetters. He was completely free. At this moment, his long golden hair rapidly turned black. All of it turned into black flames. Moreover, the black flames spread rapidly from his hair to his whole body. The incomparable darkness covered the nine-colored radiance and the petrified color of the Son of Heaven. Suyu was only left with a pitch-black figure. Even his eyes were as black as ink. Finally, I can be free, Suyu murmured. However, it was not a suicidal act of seeking relief. It was a release from the pain that had been suppressed in the depths of his heart. There was no longer a lover left in the world. Why did he need to restrain himself? Seeing this, the future incarnation's expression changed drastically. He shouted in a deep voice, "Wake up quickly! You are going to be possessed by a demon." Suyu laughed in a low voice. What is a demon and what is righteousness? If killing my wife is righteousness, then what is the use of this so-called righteousness? Main body, please calm down. Once you are possessed by a demon, there is no turning back. Perhaps you will become the public enemy of the world. Su Yu laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with boundless madness. So what if I am the public enemy of the world? So what if the demon is coming? I only want the ancient gods to be destroyed, Su Yu said through gritted teeth. He raised his head abruptly. His eyes shot out crimson black thunder. The aftermath of the thunder touched the future incarnation, causing him, who had fused the saint body and the son of heaven body, to collapse instantly. The black thunder was unstoppable, heading straight for the ancient god Geo. The latter's mocking expression had long since stiffened, replaced by a touch of fear. Destructive primordial thunder. You are that person. She seemed to recognize something. Her scalp tingling, she screamed and turned to flee. The dignified ancient god Geo, even though he had just recovered, had less than 1,000th of his strength. However, it was still the sum of the 9 drops of ancient god Geo's blood. However, seeing Su Yu's current state, he fled in terror. However, he did not manage to take 2 steps. The destructive primordial thunder penetrated his body. His body was unharmed. The soul inside let out a shrill scream. Swoosh! An extremely powerful soul of a black-clothed woman frantically escaped from Qin Xianer's body. The soul was so powerful that it had reached the middle stage of the heavenly law master. However, she barely managed to escape. Chapter 2781. Isn't it too late to leave now? The black shadow was naturally Su Yu. His whole body was pitch black without a trace of light. He was like a black hole in the starry sky, devouring everything around him. The woman in black was the soul of the ancient god Geo. She stared at the black shadow in front of her, horrified. It's not me, it's none of my business. Everything was planned by the ancient god Geo. It has nothing to do with me. She tried to explain herself hysterically, as if she was longing for the last ray of hope. Su Yu's voice was indifferent, as if he had lost his soul, extremely hollow. The ancient god Geo deserves to die, and so do you. As he spoke, Su Yu slowly opened his mouth, revealing a row of pitch-black, demon-like teeth. Let me go! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! The ancient god Geo pleaded frantically, extremely terrified. However, what responded to her was Su Yu's extremely cold black eyes. He opened his mouth and devoured the ancient god Geo's soul. Countless screams reverberated in Su Yu's stomach, extremely mournful and shrill. One could see with the naked eye that Su Yu's stomach was expanding and contracting. Palm prints could even be seen. That was the ancient god Geo trying to expand her stomach inside. Su Yu lowered his head and looked at his stomach. He pressed his palm gently on it, and his stomach immediately calmed down. At the same time, the screams inside stopped abruptly. The ancient god Geo had been completely devoured by the demonized Su Yu. He just needed to digest it. So, Su Yu finally turned around and looked at Qin Xianer. The cold corpse was reflected in his eyes, finally causing a trace of emotion to appear in his hollow eyes. He walked up to Qin Xianer. He stretched out his fingers and gently stroked Qin Xianer's face. A heart-wrenching pain spread from the bottom of his heart. The beautiful past, the bits and pieces of the past, the passing of yesterday, they all turned into merciless, sharp blades, stirring at the bottom of his heart. His heart was being torn apart. Su Yu clutched his chest and knelt down weakly in front of Qin Xianer's corpse. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. Didn't protect our future. Didn't protect your simplest wish. Su Yu murmured. It was as if he was saying his final farewell. I'm very happy to meet you in my life, and I'm very happy to be your husband. Thank you, Xianer. Su Yu lowered his head and kissed Qin Xianer's forehead deeply. Then he picked up the corpse and slowly left the ground. In the past, I only wanted a small courtyard. I only wanted to live the simplest, most ordinary life with you. But why can't even this small wish be fulfilled? My requirements have always been very, very low, he let out a suppressed sigh. The ground behind him collapsed completely. The altar also shattered with a loud bang. Wherever Suyu passed, he left behind a series of pitch-black footprints on the ground. Every footprint exuded a thick black air current, making one's hair stand on end. When he left the former ancient god Nine-Dragon Mountain, all that was left behind was a stretch of scorched earth. He hugged Qin Xianer and looked at the Tao abyss in the distance. The ancient gods must die. His heart was like dead ashes, and he only had a single thought in his mind: slaying an ancient god. Apart from that, nothing else mattered. There was no longer anything to worry about in this world. He took a step forward, leaving behind only a wave of ripples as he disappeared without a trace. Not long after, a woman in a black dress appeared, standing at the edge of the ruins of the mountain. She held a pitch-black sword in her hand and stared at the series of black footprints on the ground, her face slightly gloomy. Am I already too late? Looking in the direction where Suyu had left, the woman in the black dress was silent for a long time, then broke through the air and chased after him. In the dark nothingness, Suyu carried Qin Xianer's corpse and crossed over. His speed was already incredibly fast. Even the blood of the ancient god Nine-Dragon would take a month to arrive. However, it only took Suyu one day to see the long and dark abyss. From a distance, it looked like a crack. However, when he got closer, he discovered it. It was a huge sunken basin. It was boundless, much larger than even the 8-star civilizations. However, from a flat surface, only a crack could be seen. Looking down from above, the sky above the Tao abyss was filled with a thick layer of dark clouds. There were only a few places where the dark clouds were thin, and the situation below could be faintly seen. Suyu tried to pass directly through the dark clouds. However, as soon as he approached, a wisp of dark clouds floated over, causing the black light on the surface of Suyu's body to flicker. If Suyu had been in the state of the holy body, he would have been dead. Even with the mysterious constitution, he could not survive in the mysterious dark clouds for too long. If he was not careful, he could be buried in it. Suyu looked at the other two places where the dark clouds were thin. Those should be the few entrances that could be entered. His figure flashed, and he entered through one of the gaps with Qin Xianer in his arms. As soon as he stepped in, a stern voice sounded: "Those who trespass into the Tao abyss will be killed without mercy." A golden thunderbolt rolled over and headed straight for Suyu. Bang! The violent thunderbolts caused the heaven and earth to rumble unceasingly. They also struck Suyu's body. However, Suyu did not have any reaction. The black mist on the surface of his body did not even fluctuate. The golden thunderbolt quickly retreated, revealing an old man in a golden robe. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the heavenly lawmaster. "Which race are you from?" the old man asked in surprise. He had never seen such a strange race in front of him. Suyu took a blow from him and did not suffer any damage. Apart from a few special races, there were absolutely no other races that could achieve this. However, Suyu did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Are you related to the ancient gods?" His voice was filled with indifference. Upon hearing that, the old man in the golden robe could not help but laugh. "So, you are a spirit from outside the Tao abyss who knows nothing. You don't even know what the Tao abyss is." In the past, he might have been very curious about what the Tao abyss was, but now he only had murderous intent. "Answer me," Suyu said indifferently. The old man in the golden robe snorted. "I am the law enforcement officer of the ancient god tribe. Do you think I have anything to do with the ancient gods?" Suyu nodded slightly. "If you do, that's all right." The old man in the golden robe was completely unaware of the imminent disaster. He scolded, "The Tao abyss is not for trespassing. Since you have trespassed, you must be punished." He looked at Qin Xianer in Su Yu's arms and said, "Throw away the body, and you will be punished by kneeling on the ground." However, Su Yu did not move an inch. The old man in the golden robe narrowed his eyes. "Are you deaf? Who told you to throw away the body? The Tao Abyss is not a place for any random corpse to be buried." As his voice fell, the old man in the golden robe casually struck Qin Xianer in Su Yu's arms with the power of the heavenly lawmaster. However, Su Yu finally moved. A black thunderbolt shot out from his eyes. Before the old man could react, he was killed on the spot. The powerful thunderbolt dispersed part of the dark clouds. Under the dark clouds, thousands of heavenly law masters were revealed. They stood perfectly straight and faced Su Yu, ready to strike.